I love you, dude. I love you, but you gotta let me talk.
Highest level military intelligence. Tell me more about it.
Or are you waiting for your turn to speak, sir? Are you listening?
Tell me about the highest level military intelligence.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. You're full of shit. I will not suffer your Q people after this. Because you're lying. You're full of shit. All of it, dude. And I'm sick of it. I'm not knocking people who are into Q. I'm just telling you. Oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. Is he Q? I understand magical powers. I'm happy with your wizard powers. Oh no, from some small part of the larger Q, you don't know this. We're now learning the secret of Q power. He is a Q priest, is a religion. Q told us that Hillary was in a prison. He's a well-meaning person, but he's a lightweight. Jake the Barbarian, I guess, was his earlier incantation or incarnation. We have Q on the line. Q shaman. Listen, you're a Q wizard. A Q shaman. You are a shamanic wizard. We get that. A Q shaman. Go ahead, Q shaman.
You keep interrupting me.
Do not wear that outfit again. But if you want to keep your spleen, because I want to fit in. Sorry, you're just not terribly important to me. Did you know that Whitney Houston's debut her phone #1 single song? Did you know that Christy, there are no girls with good personalities? I don't think we should see each other anymore. It never was
What is going on? There we are. Look at that.
It's up.
Yeah, it just pops. Just get you. It just gets you.
It does.
I lull. The same thing with Sean. Like I lull everybody in with all the intros, and then it's like boom, boom, we're live. Look at that. Hail everybody! Welcome to another Appreciating Comic Book Art Live. This is more of a discussion stream because my camera is still shit. So, yeah. But fortunately, I've got a very knowledgeable co-host here in Kayla, who's going to drop some major knowledge on artists. It's going to be awesome. We're going to talk about some of the most influential comic book artists, I would say, of all time. And it's a conversation I love because I love talking about artists. You know that. And I'm going to try to pull myself out of the 90s guys. That sounds bad. Somebody clip that. And expand a little bit more into like the rest of the history of artists because there's so many great ones.
I mean, I'm ready to get going.
Oh, all right.
I'm ready to get going. Like, that's like.
Before we go any farther, just update on Sean. Sean sends his love to everybody and thanks everyone for the well wishes and prayers and all that. So he's doing what he's doing, and hopefully he'll be back soon as he handles the stuff he's handling. So again, thank you everyone that reached out to me personally. I've relayed a lot of that to Sean. He's doing good. His mom's doing good right now. So just keep him in his mom in your prayers. So that's all I can say. So he just wanted to say a sincere thank you to everybody that has reached out so far. So I want to make sure I start the show off that way. We got B Rose in the house was first, another member of this channel. Appreciate it. Hail to you. We got Mark going to bed. I look forward to watching this at work tomorrow. Well, hopefully it's entertaining and gets you throughout the day. We got John Malin in the house. And of course, he thinks it's about him. I mean, well, why not? You know, I mean, he could be put up there, right? You know, like maybe he makes the list. We'll see. We'll see if we talk about Malin being a very influential artist, creator. I like that. But hail, brother. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. We got Tarks9 in the house, member of the channel. Appreciate it. We got Khan's Comic Pit Shop. Oh, I like that. It's a good one. Hail to you. Survive Infinity 0088. Hail Joe, Malin, and chat. Hail to you guys. We got Charles Rivas in the house. Hail, Charles. Daniel Craig. Hail. He says the key changes really don't work between those songs. And I said, the hell's a key change? I don't know what that is.
How it transitions into the other one, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I guess.
I like it. I'm a heavy metal man. Nobody cares about key changes in heavy metal. We got Stippling Vaughn in the house. He says, oh God, here starts a pissing contest. Feelings are going to be hurt, so I'm starting off with fuck you all, you're wrong. I like that. Well, what's good about this conversation is nobody's wrong.
Nope.
It's not a debate, it's not a ranking of 1 through whatever. We're just talking about influential comic book artists. Because when you look at comic book art, somebody influenced somebody, and that's the beauty of it. You can always you can trace it back. You know, if you want to start, let's say with Silvestri or something, because that's my boy. You want to trace him back, you can go to his influences, to that person's influences, and go all the way back to the king. Most likely to Jack Kirby. So it's gonna be a fun conversation just about artists. Hail Zach Fernandez, good to see you, brother. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Oh, yeah. There you go. John saying hi to people. Good to see you. We got Mike in the house. Hail the chat. Hail Joe M. Sontag. Wow, that really messed me up, but I got through it. I like that. I see you trying to mess with my dyslexia right off the bat, and I appreciate that. Thank you. The Voyager 47. Hail Malin. Hail to you. Thank you for joining us. We've got Scary Padman Jenkins, the man. Hail Joe and Jack, and hail the chat. Jack, I like that. We got Israel Garcia. I don't know if I see that name in here. Awesome. John's got the link if he wants. John always has the link. John always has the link to the show if he wants to jump in. That is on him. But hail to you. Thank you for being here. So, all right. Where should we start? It was, before we went live, we just started randomly talking about like all these artists. It's like, where do you really start?
I think we have to start with the king.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You kind of have to start with Jack Kirby, I would say.
You have to start with Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby has to be the #1 most influential comic artist of all time. It's well known. I mean, This is the man that learned how to draw cartoon figures by tracing characters from editorial cartoons and earlier comic strips. I mean, he entered the comic industry. He was working under different names. I mean, for instance, like Jack Curtis before he became Jack Kirby.
Right.
So, I mean, he's highly influential. It's because through his depiction of the human form, he decided to do something completely different than everyone else at the time. And he evolved away. And I was talking to you about this. He evolved away from, how can you put it, like anatomically accurate, illustratively.
Yeah, got a
Speaking,
lot
at
more
least.
foreshortening and stuff
Yeah.
like that in his work than maybe you had seen before, or at least previously that I have looking back, because obviously I was not alive back in his heyday.
I
That's
mean,
for sure.
it was definitely like the start of dynamism through his style of like cartoonish abstraction. I mean, like I was saying, like if you pull up a Kirby piece and you look at it, he would make legs or fist bigger than the head, or even sometimes the stomach area. He used these speed lines to create movement. He created movement and action throughout comic panels by swinging a character's arm or sweeping their leg, or having a character just even like leap across the page, the panel, and in turn that would draw the viewer's eye across the page. It was extreme foreshortening, I would say.
Oh,
I mean, he
yeah,
was
100%. You
just
can even see this
yeah.
Captain America up here that I've got
Oh, I mean,
pulled up. I mean, you got the fist twice as big as the head. It's coming right at the camera. I mean, the dynamics that Kirby had back in the day, and this is something you and I were talking about before we went live. Some of his contemporaries, guys like Steve Ditko and all of them, fantastic draftsmen, storytellers. I think there was something about Kirby that just pushed the boundaries of reality when it came to drawing. I mean, just the foreshortening in itself was amazing. The dynamic poses he would put characters in, just the way they would bend and all this kind of stuff. Like, I think he really revolutionized the comic art industry at the time, that really sent it forward. Could you imagine what it would have been without a Jack Kirby? You know, like when you think about it, and I look at some of the art from back in that time, all good stuff. Like, but there was something more dynamic about his work, and if he hadn't come along, I wonder where it would have gone. You know, art wise, I'm sure somebody would have popped up similar, but he has such a giant place in history for how he revolutionized everything.
I mean, he set the visual bar for American comics. I mean, when you look at his stuff today, it is completely overpowering. I mean, if you go back to what was it, when him and Joe Simon launched Captain America #1 in 1941, and he had Captain America on the cover punching Hitler. I mean, and then not to mention the Kirby crackle, that squiggle.
Oh yeah,
that's his signature
absolutely.
motif. Like you can say, and the dots. He developed that technique of drawing dots of all different sizes. He overlapped them or did them individually, but in reality, it really wasn't even about the dots. That's the whole thing. It was about negative space, because he had figured out, this man was smart enough to know that if it was colored with the correct color sequence, it would look just even more dynamic, and it would look like it was coming off the page like beams of energy and light. I mean, Kirby himself, I mean, he was inspired by like this dot technique by someone I know that was near and dear to my heart that passed on, Joe Sennett. And I believe Wally Wood and Mike Royer as well. I mean, just think of Kirby himself and the splash pages he's done. Like
100%.
all of these subliminal techniques that he used to attract and draw in readers and just inspire generations and generations after him. I admire everything Kirby's done for the industry.
1000%.
Jack Kirby. I thought you guys were talking Jack Malin.
Yeah, of course. I knew it. Yeah. Welcome to the show, Malin. Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
Glad to be here. Doing good.
What are you eating? Are you eating beef jerky?
Fat bomb. No, my fat bomb.
I have no idea
what is that? It's like a protein. Oh, a keto bar.
Oh, on the keto,
I thought you were having beef jerky. I was gonna say, I'm jealous.
Oh. No, but I got these fantastic hunter sticks right here.
Oh shit! There you go.
Ooh, jalapeno and cheese.
Yeah,
jalapeno. That is great.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
I'm prepared.
Daniel Craig said the calculated exaggeration, emphasis, motion, excitement, and larger than life personality.
Yeah.
You know, Hail J $. Good to see you. Sexy time, always. Always.
When
Are
the
you back
bots
on
show up.
keto, John, or are you chasing it with a 40?
Yeah, probably am.
Hail, Peter. Good to see
These
you.
are
Brother.
all. I've always bought these as snack bars, so I never got off these as snack bars. So
Yeah.
but yeah, I am planning on getting back at it before the winter kicks in. So
I'm
back on the diet.
I'm trying. My wife is always coming up with something new for us to try, so I might be trying something here soon. Try to trim some of these pounds down, get a little bit healthier.
Yeah.
I gotta do it. Only getting older. Except for John seems to be getting younger. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know what's up with that.
I'll be 23 June 23rd.
Damn, we would all love to just be 23 again. I mean, shit.
Joe, again for you guys, first time for me, but
yeah, of course. Tarks9 said almost had Captain America 1 back in the early 80s. Guy at the con said 5K, but owner came around and said it was 10K. So my mom put her checkbook back in her purse. Damn, she was gonna do it for 5K. Wow. That's a
hello, mom.
Yeah,
know,
that's
right?
a hello mom right there. Like that's
Can
awesome.
we be friends? Do you want to adopt someone that's half Armenian? You can write it off on your taxes.
Hail Odin. He said Kirby influential, really going out on a limb there. Good evening, all. Well, good evening to you. But yes, Kirby, he might not be influential as far as art style that you see reflected in a lot of guys. There were a lot of copies of Kirby after he kind of hit it big, but you can't deny the influence that he had on the history of comic book art. I mean, when you're talking about comic book artists, I think you gotta always start with Kirby. I mean, what he gave to the industry, what he revolutionized with everything that if you were in the show 15 minutes ago and you just heard Kayla just go off, I mean, she pretty much covered everything. So rewind the show and check that out. I'm not going to rehash it, but I think you definitely have to start with Kirby. What do you think, John?
I think he's still a huge influence. I think it's more because you don't see many people draw like Kirby, so that may make people think that he's not influential, but he's hugely influential. And something that was left off is like his ability to present a character that feels like it has mass. Like it's something that I see primarily in like Will Spertasio's work as well. Like you feel like you just reach around them. They're big, they're thick, and that comes into that larger than life kind of type feel to it. But yeah, if anyone is smart and not that many people, I think a lot of comics have been getting more and more watered down, but largely you should be thinking Kirby when doing your layouts and trying not to present these. Look at the double page spreads that he did. I mean, just I mean, it's a world. Great foreshortening, and in that case, I guess perspective. I don't know if perspective is a great word for what's going on there. It's a lot going on, but that lives and breathes. It's almost like. It's almost like looking at like a dollhouse when you're a kid or something like that, or you can see the little stairs in there, like this thing. You can walk through that scene right there, and you just be like, oh shit.
Yeah, very. I mean, so much detail in this. I mean, the colors too make a lot of things stand out and everything. But I mean, just the amount of detail. I grew up obviously reading the '90s comics, and you talk about like detail and some of that stuff, right? It was just insane. And it's funny, like looking back at some of these older comic books, when you might not think that there would be so much detail, but you see a double page spread like this, and you're just like, wow, like that's an insane amount of detail in this picture. Like, and he probably knocked this out like in a freaking day too.
Yeah, there's an X-Men page below that and to the right about 3. Could you click on that one? It's a paneled page.
Right here.
One. Yep,
right there.
Yeah, like look at the figures, like just the weight, going onto the leg, the amount that he spreads the leg. I mean, that's something, Kirby's always doing like the big character. It's like Iron Maiden, like the guy lead singer was like, you gotta have, even though he's a little guy, he's like, you gotta have these big poses, to feel like you have a presence on a stage. And that's kind of like Kirby. Every pose is bigger than what the other guy was doing. So like that Black Panther that's like 3 to the left, like it's not exactly dead on, but man, it's big, it's out there. And then the use of blacks. I mean, like, that it's, for me, at least from my knowledge base, like nobody else was doing it like he was doing it. Again, kind of these large shapes, and they don't really match to what you would think would be some of the musculature underneath there.
Right.
But it's so interesting to look at. All the little squiggly lines and things like that. Sometimes they almost come off like a lightning bolt.
Yeah.
And in that shape, it gets almost like an energy in and of itself. So, yeah, I really appreciate his work, and I think that comic books, at least American superhero comic books, would be better off if people really kind of went back to that well as much as possible.
Yeah, I agree. Real quick, hail to Henry Bemis. We have who else popped in here? B.A. Turner, good to see you, brother. And also here on the Steadfast jumped in. Hail, guys. Thank you for joining the chat. And also, everyone, let us know in the comments who you guys consider influential artists as well as we go through. We're just going to go through everybody that we can think of. There's no real order here, but I definitely wanted to start with Jack Kirby because I feel like it really does start here. Hail, Bordeaux. Good to see you. Aardvark. Guys are coming in now. Appreciate you guys. The thing I loved about Kirby, and I was just telling Kayla, like, I don't have a lot of Kirby stuff in my collection. It was because it was way before my time. Like, I didn't discover Kirby until well into my teens and all that kind of stuff. But I really enjoy looking back and seeing his imagination, like the design work that he would do with the character designs. I'm trying to pull up some. I'm trying to as I find some, but the Fourth World. Oh, here we go. Stuff like that, the Fourth World stuff that he did.
Look at
this. What do you got there? Let me blow you up there. Yeah, I mean, just what an imagination for back in that time. Like, we're all spoiled by all the stuff we see in the sci-fi and the movies and all this kind of shit. But back then, they really had little to pull from. And he was coming up with shit like this. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, I mean, these guys. Back then, hardware. I mean, I even think about the comic book artists in the early 90s, and like, they're still scanning or faxing, pages back and forth to their editor, and then they have to get them into, they probably didn't even have FedEx then, but then they got to ship all these boards to the inker, then the inker's got to ship them, back to the publisher, then they got to get those colored. So, I mean, the process of creating comics back then, laborious, a lot of work with it and timing, like that. You're moving at the speed of snail mail. So, and you had to maintain a monthly book. So, I mean, that's probably a good reason why most people back, even in the early 90s, were still like, if you want to work in comics, you need to be in the New York kind of area.
True.
Or probably in the New Jersey area. Just
so
you
be
can
all
be
right
like,
there.
Yeah. So you can just get your stuff off to whoever you're working with as quickly as possible. And then they can drive it back to the publisher. So, but I mean, there's just a shit ton of work involved in that. So these guys, these guys were, and again, largely I mean, they're pulling from their imagination to a high degree because they, Jack Kirby growing up didn't have, probably didn't have television. It was radio at best. So, the worlds that were being created and where his inspirations were coming from. And, you can, like, I see a lot of it like that kind of Mayan, even the eternal stuff, it's like, I think that's what they are, Mayans in there. Like, he's pulling in from art influences from South America, and it's like
different cultures and stuff.
It's not the internet. You got to be going off to a fucking library back in those days, and digging through books and finding things. So even that, like, now if I need something to kind of inspire me or influence my work, and I'm like, I wonder what's going on in Mongolian tribes on the steppes in the 1200s. What kind of art did they have? I could look it up in a second. These guys would have to make a trip to the library and dig. So, the amount of work is crazy. So being able to really have that mind, the mindset, and just the overall creativity, that's difficult. And Kirby had it. Kirby had it all. People may criticize him. Not everything is perfect and whatnot, but it's sure as hell fun to look at.
Yeah, that's the thing about his style, like, yeah, some of the stuff you might look at and just it might not look the prettiest, right? You know, compared to certain standards of art or whatever. But the whole thing that I always go back to, you know, Sean and I talk about this, man, and we talked about this when you've been on the show before, is just the cool factor. You know, like you could throw all the pretty aspect of drawing out as long as the cool factor is there, and just it's something that's intriguing and pulls you in. And that was absolutely Jack Kirby. And, you know, he paved the way going forward for generations of artists, you know, not just a generation, but he was a guy that was still very prevalent and very respected and hailed even into the 90s and 2000s, you know, still today. But just all the guys I grew up loving were absolutely in love with Kirby, you know, and held him in a high regards, you know, like few artists I think can kind of transcend that as much as like he did.
Well, Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, those guys were all, you know, people that praised Jack Kirby, and you can see it at times in their work. Just again, that larger than lifeness. Some of those big action things, you know, like, you know, they're all pulling from Kirby. But I mean, but also the next generation that came by, which is largely our generation, like, we weren't into Kirby. We were into, you know, kind of the copy of the copy. So, and me myself, I've always respected Kirby. I always knew that he was someone to respect. And through the internet, you know, is where I would get my Kirby doses. I'd be like, okay, let me go check out, you know, Google search, you know,
exactly.
Or Dogpile back in the day, Dogpile search, you know, Jack Kirby, and you know, absorb from that and see what all was going on through that. But now, you know, in the last year, I think is when I started buying Jack Kirby omnibuses, because I was just like, all right, well, I just want to see what's actually going on. So I got like Commandi, I got Eternals. I have one or two other omnibuses. So I think the Fourth World, I got that. So
that book that Kayla's got is awesome. That you were holding up there has got like just a ton of Kirby work in it. Is bad. I need to get more Kirby work for my collection, because much like you, John, I grew up with the 90s guys. And it was a long time before I actually looked to see who they were influenced by and went farther back, you know. So it was one of those things where I didn't get into Kirby until late. You know, I didn't get into Byrne or into Perez and all them until late either,
I never got into like Michael Golden, and I knew he was one of the big McFarlane influences. And I just like, to me, I was just like, those are old guys. You know,
exactly.
You know, it's only like 10 years prior, but I'm like, these are all old guys. John Byrne was someone that I did enjoy, though. You know, I saw his art, and there was just something different in his art, especially in like his background mechanics, like the little like Fantastic Four backgrounds, all these little machinery kind of type things, and there's something organic in how he did it, I guess is the best way to say it. But also he did like the Superman book, was it Krypton? I don't know, something like that. I remember seeing these old comics back in the day. I have some of them, but I was never a big DC guy. But just something about the way he draws, man. Like John Byrne, he's one of the few old school guys that I looked at, and I was like, wow, that guy's really good.
Yeah. Kayla, for just you're a little bit younger than I am, but your knowledge of artists is impressive. Like you have gotten into them, you've studied them, you definitely have a knowledge that in a lot of ways surpasses mine when it comes to the detail with so many of these artists. I've seen a lot of big names thrown in the chat here of guys that people are pulling out, and all great names, guys, all great names that are in here. Not
to turn it into a Kirby stream, but somebody said the Fourth World Omnibus. Look at this.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. Man. That is gorgeous.
I got that on the back. Kirby
absolutely gorgeous.
On the other side. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's a great book, man. Everyone should check it out. Go get that Fourth World Omnibus.
Man, I got to make a list of all the stuff I need to get.
The Eternals art, though, like
the Eternals work is mind blowing. Like,
like you just really want a dose of everything that's kind of great about Jack Kirby, and you don't have a huge pocketbook. I'd probably say get into the Eternals art. It's I doubt the guy ever did drugs, but he was like on fire this stuff. So look at that, that point. And that's been done so many times. I can't say Kirby invented the point scene, But I mean, that same like with whatchamacallit, 300, right? There's the whole guy point.
Right.
So,
Miller.
but I've done that. You know, a lot of people have repeated, you know, that at least the concept of that, where they're looking back like, get in there. You know, it's very engaging. So
I was just gonna say that's a good way to suck the reader right into what's going on there. Put you right in that scene there.
Yeah. This guy wants me to fight too. Oh,
yeah.
Shit. I thought I was just reading this. I didn't know I was going to have to die today.
So that's going back and looking at like the early guys like Kirby. Now, obviously there was guys like Ditko and Joe Huber and like all these guys back in the day that were just revolutionized. Revolutionized storytelling. But jumping ahead, who were some of the guys that came after that really kind of picked up that mantle and went forward? I know Kayla, you had some thoughts with that.
Well, there's different styles. There's different influences for different genres. Like when I talk about Frank Frazetta is like the godfather of all of fantasy. I mean, that's why I believe he's highly influential. I mean, what he did for the fantasy and sci-fi genre, I don't think anyone else has done to this day. He's inspired countless artists. I mean, the man did everything. Think about it. He's done comics. He's done book covers, album art for records, magazines. He had the movie done, Fire and Ice, where they rotoscoped his stuff to pinpoint his artistic techniques. I mean, this was a man that was mastered with, he used to sharpen a number 2 pencil with a knife, I read. Okay. He inked, he did oil painting, watercolor. I mean, all of this stuff defined the look of basically the fantasy and sci-fi genre. He made compositions and figures look amazing. I mean, he did this, and it was said he would use a single main shape, it would be a strong shape, right? As the main design. This is like, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but it was like 3 things that were always categorized that he spoke about. So it's like a single main shape. It had to be a strong shape as the main design. He used 2 values to make whatever the main theme was stand out, and it had to be strong. And the 2 values had to contrast with each other. He knew how to maintain eye control. I mean, if you look at his pieces, right, he designed his pieces from the head. Like, they lead your eye straight to the head, right? And then all around, like, I love how I'm pointing at this, like people can see me
right here, guys.
But basically from his head, your eye goes all the way around the entirety of that entire piece right there, and it circles back and leads you back right up to the head, so you can see and enjoy all the little details within his artwork. And if you look at that, you can see what I'm talking about. If you also look at many of his pieces, like you'll notice that he used this technique. It's underpainting. It's so it's basically like, with the technique of underpainting, it dominates a lot of his pieces. Like if you go to one where it's like darker, like there's some darker color, I can show you what I'm talking about. Like that. Okay, so there's underpainting. So basically he used this, and he had a tendency to draw with detail and focus the color with the larger pieces in the background filled with shadow. If you look, there's shadow there in the background, right? And then the color in the middle highlights the areas and gives the look of darkening, so the darkest areas of his piece appear darker. I hope I'm describing this so people can understand. I know I'm just like shooting off, but it
might go over some people's heads, but it's all right.
But like, he knew how to use color. He knew how to block it. He knew how to use the color to enhance the composition of his work overall. He used curved vectors. He used diagonal vectors. I mean, let's not forget his body proportions. All right. I mean, all of his body proportions were extremely appealing. If you look at the women, like any of the women, pull up like one of the women characters.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure you pull up ones that aren't naked. Let's see.
There has to be some that are not nude. But like, if you look at the women, I don't think there is anyone that does the female proportions as well as Frazetta has done. I mean, there is a realistic quality to them that is completely unmatched by the majority of people within this industry.
Absolutely.
He knew how to make women, like, he just knew how to make them look feminine and sexy and soft with voluptuous natural curves to them, and
Yep.
he knew how to make them look strong and fierce, and they were beautiful, just absolutely gorgeous body proportions. I mean, I like it's just desirable. He mastered a way of carefully adjusting their proportions too, if you look at them. So I want you to pull something up close.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull something up that's like
that's
I can
actually
use.
that
Freaking
illustrates
Google
a little bit of
searches.
it.
We ran into this last time when I'm trying to pull up like all these references, and Google searches are like gives me these tiny
one thing I would add kind of on those proportions. Well, one, I mean, in a nutshell, he made them thick is what he did.
Yeah.
But also where he might have benefited as well on that thickness was when he was doing it, it was probably in the realm of common, like these thick proportions. But when you get into, say the 80s, not and definitely into the 90s where the popular woman was getting skinnier and skinnier.
Right.
So now you're Frazetta was at kind of the top of his pack in the days, but now if you were into thicker chicks, you're kind of getting your options are getting fewer and fewer. So it almost like kind of laser focused back to Frazetta. You like thick chicks? Well, you got to check out Frazetta. Okay. I mean, oh wow, look at these thick chicks.
I think like all of his pieces, if you look carefully at the women that he drew, their breast, hips, and thighs were always large and full, but their waist, like hands, wrist, ankles, midriffs, faces, their collarbones, they're all quite very slim and rather small. And even though they're curvy, he always did like their ribs were often visible. Like if you look at some of the women, he always showed some kind of rib cage right above the waist. He also mastered like the eyes on the women's faces, like the lips, just intensity and fear, determination. They would look innocent and scared. And what is that? That is.
I'm trying to find.
I'm like, where the
no. There's so many small. Yeah, some of the stuff. Sometimes
I have
stuff
like
in here is not.
Conan and Believe and like the Death Dealer and that stuff, but I'm too lazy to get up and get it. But that shows like there's a little bit of rib cage there and stuff.
Well, that would have helped.
Yeah, but anyway, so to kind of move this all forward, I would say, I think we kind of covered the early guys, to keep this going, like who were some of the 80s guys? I'd say John Byrne, like right away.
Byrne for sure. Byrne and Perez. I mean, I think those are easy to kind of throw out there and say. I think Kayla and I were talking about this before we went live. I think Art Adams was a huge influence on a lot of the guys that were to come after him. I mean, Liefeld is talking about it quite a bit of when he came onto the scene, what he would do with the way he would, the elongating of like the leg or the thigh area. The legs got longer, the proportions kind of got longer. The stances were a lot of the stances that the guys took, especially Liefeld, were from or early on. Liefeld is really close to Art Adams, hands down Art Adams. So that'd be somebody I would say right off the bat that was hugely influential.
Yeah.
In the 80s.
Honorable mention because someone said earlier, Bernie Wrightson.
Bernie
Wrightson.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about him.
I could
absolutely
go on about Bernie Wrightson. But
we'll talk about Wrightson next because I definitely want to bring up some of his work because it's too good not to look at.
Art Adams, I mean, I feel he's highly influential. I mean, he's my favorite artist of all time. He has such a distinctive style. I can pinpoint it out anywhere. I mean, there is no one that I feel he knows how to do such amazingly detailed, distinctive rendering. His line work, his shading, everything. I just feel it's unmatched. Like the detail that he does, he pays so much attention to intricate detail. He adds like a light touch to his work too, where if you look like his style, it's almost cartoony sometimes. I mean, and he can draw everything and anything. The man can do kaijus, women, fantasy pieces, horror pieces, superheroes. I mean, I could go on. I can talk forever about Art Adams, Joe. It's just everything that he does. And I love the way that he does eyes, especially on the women. I don't know what it is about it. It's
Yeah, I think he's got a nice cartooning. Like his characters are kind of unapologetic cartoons, and but they're very well done, and but also it's almost like you, especially the older stuff. You think it's almost like action figures on like a page, or little toys. Like you kind of want to buy. You see them, you kind of want to buy them.
look at that.
Yeah, and the detail, insane amount.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just dynamic. The funny thing about Art Adams is, for as awesome an artist as he was, he didn't produce all that much.
Yeah, he was not a monthly guy. Like they were putting him on annuals because I don't know if it was because he was so slow, but I mean he was a very detailed guy. But I think for the most part, some of the detail that he was doing in the earliest stuff could have been duplicated on nearly a monthly schedule. But for him doing this and breaking ground on like his rendering and stuff like that, fine, great.
I believe.
But if you look at his later on commission pieces that he did for people, which were
like this is kind of
insane amount of details. Like type in Art Adams Fantastic Four or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll see to the level that he has gone on these things. It's just crazy.
Is that the one Art T. Bear inked?
I don't think so. I guess it could have been. I'm not sure. Let's see. Type in maybe commission Fantastic Four commission.
I know that I think he said that at max he can do 2 pages a day, but he more prefers to do like 2/3 of a page a day because that's a pace he enjoys to work at. I remember him saying something like that.
Click on one of the black and white ones up top there.
See if we actually get a good. That's kind of small.
Yeah, that's one. Yep.
There we go.
Can you make it big? Can you make it full screen?
That's what they all say. All right, hold on a second. Yeah. I'll have to actually put it on my desktop.
That's what she said.
Yep, give me 2 seconds. I will, as long as it's a good file.
I mean, I think. I wonder if I brought.
I'll bring this up. It's not the greatest file.
Oh, this is.
You got something?
Oh, I got this. This was from. What was this from? New York Comic Con? What Comic Con I worked? What year was this? I haven't even opened it up.
Hail Eddie Winkler. We got Max Santiago in here. Passmaster Dan. Good to see you guys. Henry Bemis, McShort. Thank you for jumping in, guys. Crazy Mad Houday. Good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Stiflin Vaughn says Perez, Byrne, Golden, Adams.
Perez, yeah, for sure.
So so this isn't the greatest, but the amount of detail in here is just insane.
My eyes are so happy. It doesn't even need color. Like he's one of the artists. Like he doesn't even need color. I actually think some of his stuff doesn't look great colored. To be honest, it takes away from all of that beautiful line work and detail and just shading and highlighting and just oh my god, I'm gonna have like vaginal humorous over here. Like
maybe more flat colors, right, John? Hail Jasper.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I'm not the biggest Fantastic Four guy, so it'll be hard for me to name these guys. But if you look at the bottom left corner, there was this guy with a big block for his head. There
down here,
yeah. And like if you look at the shadow or the rendering of the shadowed side, I mean that's like that's really great. Like and the drop shadow of the block on the chest, like. That's great art school stuff, or even just art class stuff. Like, and if you're learning to draw at all, then you're learning about shadow, light, and drop shadows. And I mean, just that block, it feels like it's there. It feels like it's on his head because of that lighting that he did, and that's why it doesn't necessarily need color.
Yeah.
But yeah, and all the little details on here. Yeah, if it was a sharper file, I encourage anybody to go find a sharper file of it. But that kind of drives home the point of where. Art Adams kind of where he is now. You can commission him and for thousands and thousands of dollars, I would imagine.
Yeah,
and he will sit and draw the shit out some for you.
His kaiju stuff is dope too, and just like I think it's because he is someone that was a comic fan. He grew up a comic fan, and he just wanted to be a comic artist. Like that's all he wanted to do.
Yeah, so. He kept that card. He inspired that cartooning style to stick around. But then, we kind of got into the 90s where the children or those inspired by Art Adams became more successful than Art Adams. Like, again, Rob Liefeld, Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee. These guys just took what Art Adams was doing, kind of tightened up their own structures, and then fucking went off like rockets. Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld specifically, because Todd was always kind of doing Todd.
Yeah, Todd kind of always had his, he
had a very manga quality to what he was doing, but very cartoony. Like that's something that should 100%. Definitely be reminded of people. Todd did cartooning. Like his characters were not meant to be overly intimidating towards you. They're even the bad guys are approachable because they kind of goofy. But I mean that's why I say you want to understand like things like manga. Todd understood manga probably better than anybody. Rob as well. These guys were pulling manga influences from way back and pushing that back into the American mainstream.
Yeah,
so that's why I think Todd is or was number one, and why manga is now number one as a whole.
Yeah.
What do you
absolutely.
think about like Kevin Eastman?
I mean, I liked it. He's not my
rough, gritty. There's probably something to learn from it. I'm sure there is. It was never something that I was like, I wasn't running out and getting Ninja Turtles. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just curious.
So
same here.
Rough, gritty. I appreciate his work and what he's done, but I never sat there and been like, this is something I need to pull from. By the time I saw Kevin Eastman turtle art, I was already, into people that in my mind were like already 10 steps beyond what he was doing. And that's not meaning to disrespect what Kevin Eastman was doing. It's just I was in a different time. So
yeah.
Calm down, Jasper. He says, thanks for sharing this, Kayla. All these guys talk about is Extreme and Top Cow.
Oh, we'll get to Mark Silvestri, I'm sure.
I was just gonna say, we're gonna get there, man. We're
getting there.
Don't worry.
I was gonna talk about Wildstorm.
There you go. See, changing.
Well, I mean, because we're talking like these most influential people other than myself,
of course.
Travis Charest is probably on that list. But Travis Charest gets the credit. In my mind, he gets the credit and the blame. So,
well, I mean, we're definitely there. Yeah, we'll definitely get there because when we get to some of the '90s guys, obviously. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there because I could jump in and just go. But I did want to bring up Wrightson real quick because we were talking about that earlier, and that was somebody I did want to look into.
You guys are gonna kill me. I have a copy of Creepshow. It was my aunt's, and this shit is destroyed. It was my aunt's. It made it through water damage, but
nice.
This poor book.
It's gonna fall apart while you're.
No, it is. I know. I don't even want to open it. Look at it. It's missing a piece.
Oh, nice. I like that. I mean, that's cool. It's cool.
What year is that from?
This one is from.
Is that EC?
This is 1982. Laurel Show Incorporated.
Oh, because I remember the movie. I never saw a comic for it. That's cool.
Yeah, I didn't know they had a comic for it.
This is Bernie Wrightson art with Michelle Wrightson art. Cover was Jack Kamen. But this poor thing, it's beat to hell. But Bernie, oh God. I mean, he inspired a shit ton of artists, if you think about it.
100% he did.
Like what he did for horror alone.
Oh, yeah. Bernie's one of those guys that he inspired or influenced or whatever you want to call it, so many people. I mean, Dale Keown will just gush over this dude if you give him just a little bit, I mean, for his not only his detail, but his lighting is insane. Some of the stuff I wish they had some better. I tried clicking on this earlier, but it's not the greatest file, but that's just his Frankenstein stuff was just, the line work on this. I mean, my God. Like, that's awesome. Not necessarily something I would want to do in my own style, but just to look at it's just so gorgeous.
Yeah, a lot of time.
pen technique from like, it was very reminiscent of like the earliest 20th century. I think he was inspired heavily by like Jack Davis and Graham Ingalls. I think he did his own kind of inking technique. And I think he actually learned that from Jack Davis. But his attention to detail and his work, it's just, how can I put it? Like dark and macabre. It's just fascinating to look at. It makes you feel emotion. It's just absolutely gorgeous.
Without having too much solid blacks and a lot of the stuff like you see here. I mean, some of the comic book art that he did was quite a bit different than this kind of style, which was kind of cool that he had the different range. But you're right, like looking at some of the stuff like this, I remember reading some older books like Moby Dick or like Frankenstein, just whatever, and seeing like the older artists, how they would just kind of depict the cover of the book or a random picture within the book itself. And this is the kind of style art they would do. I never really appreciated it back then because it was just something I was looking at. But it wasn't until I kind of got into rights and I kind of started recognizing that and just seeing like how awesome and detailed and incredible this kind of stuff was. It just blows my mind still when I see it. Crazy.
His Batman, too. He did Batman. That was pretty.
Oh, I was saving this for after you're done talking about Wrightson.
Yep. Well, good call. Let's see. Wrightson is Ethan's top 3. I mean, Wrightson's up there, man. Like, dude is phenomenal. And that's the thing. Like, when we talked about a couple weeks ago when we were talking about top artists of this, top artists of that. A lot of it's all subjective based on what you like, what your eye likes, and all that kind of stuff. And it's like asking someone to pick their favorite song or favorite band. You might think you have a list together when you really stop and think about it. There's so many that come into mind. Like it's hard to really put them all in the category. So a lot of times I don't think anybody has like a bad answer of like artists they throw out there, man, because some fantastically talented people throughout the history of comics. Like it's just, we have been spoiled as a fan base with all the stuff we get to look at. It's
did you answer the Frankenstein book question? Is Wrightson did the Frankenstein book? Yeah.
Yes. That was
that's still on my list of like books to find is like Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein.
Yeah, that book that Dale Keown always holds up. I gotta find that because he's always, every time he's on the stream and we bring up his name, he always pulls that out because it's right by his desk and he's just
Kissing it.
We get it in the shop every year. Every year it's in the shop around Halloween time. When I go and work at the shop around Halloween, it will be in there. So if it's in there, I'll give you a holla.
All right. Let me know because I definitely need to get that one of these days.
So I don't know if it'll be hardcover or soft cover, but we get it in every year. Larry makes sure to do it. Yeah.
Nice.
So
Kayla is whipping out the art vocabulary today. Love it. Good call to get Aaron off the show, Sontag. Well, he's not off the show.
He's not off. He's with us in our hearts.
Yeah.
No one talks bad about Sean.
He's dealing with some pretty heavy stuff right now. I'll just say that.
He'll be back.
I was unaware.
Yeah. Shouts out and prayers, guys. Just keep Sean in your mind.
Yes.
He's dealing with some tough stuff. He's gonna be gone for a while, and when he comes back,
is it something with his health, with his diabetes, or
it's his mom. He's dealing with stuff with his mom. So yeah,
he's going through some stuff. So I agree with this. Yeah.
He was an absolute master at conveying form and light with purely line frequency alone. Yeah. The book is around $100 everywhere I look. I would drop $100 if I could, I'd pull $100 to drop it.
Unless you work at a shop and get a discount.
Well, there you go. I'll just have, I'll be like, here's some money, Phil.
I'm affiliated with 2 comic book shops. I'm not at the shops. I'm only there for cons right now, and I'm there in October. So Harrison's Comics and Collectibles and Nick's Comic Strip. That's the 2 I'm affiliated with. I spent 12 years working in shops. So.
Nice. Hey, Clayton, what's going on, brother?
Yo.
Gay Turner says, love the 300 poster, John.
Thank you.
This is Sparta.
People say I have shirtless men on my walls.
Now that you bring it up, kind of do.
Nothing wrong. Hey, 300 is a great movie.
Yeah,
300's up there with like Old Boy for me.
The
You seen
original,
Old Boy?
the
Yes.
Asian version. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Where I had to watch it with subtitles because
Oh, the
Yeah.
original
hell they're
version.
saying?
Okay,
The
yeah.
Korean. Yo, that movie
I
kicks
saw
ass.
the remake. I saw the remake.
No, we don't talk about that.
Yeah, the Spike.
the
Spike
Spike.
Lee.
Yeah, that one. Yep.
Yeah.
I can't remember who was in it. Was it Clive Owens? I
No, it was
Oh,
dude from it was
Thanos. Yeah,
Yeah,
Thanos. Yep, it was
Josh
Thanos,
Brolin or
Yep.
something.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
horrible. Just watch
It was
the
odd.
Korean
It was very odd.
version.
I'll say that. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, boy's great. Yeah, I'd never seen the original. All right, so
Watch
let's
the
jump.
original. Here's the thing. Detour real quick. Here's the thing
Yeah, go
about
for it.
watching like foreign
Take a shot.
films in with subtitle is that they actually have a benefit. And the benefit is we don't speak the language, we don't catch the inflection. So like when we watch a movie in English, we can judge it from top to bottom, how that line was delivered, if there's if that was bad acting or not. When you watch an Asian film and you're just reading it, it's hard to tell if there's bad acting going on. You just like it's
that's a
all
good
in your
point.
head. So
point.
you get that elevation right away. But in terms of concept and just whatever, I saw it originally, in the I guess Korean version of it. So so it was like kind of like, oh fuck,
That movie kicks ass.
Yeah, and then I saw the American version, but I already knew. I don't even remember if they did much to like some of the revelation, but it's kind of like Sixth Sense. I could watch another version of the Sixth Sense, but I already know the twist. So you're not going to get that same kind of pleasure from it.
Yeah, it was that was something else. That was a hell of a twist for sure. That's not true. Even the scene a 70s Godzilla movie, they're all clearly acting poorly.
No, you're thinking the American voice actor, like
That's
trying
right,
to do the laughable sync ups. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Everything is out of sync.
That's a great point, though. I never thought about that before. You don't know what they're purely, with their
those guys could have been doing fucking
stuff.
Yeah, they could have been doing Shakespeare. We don't fucking know. I mean, some people know, but I don't fucking know.
All right, so if we jump into let's jump into the 90s, guys.
Someone said I dumped on foreigners again. I thought I was crediting them. Shit.
All right, I think I know who John's going to probably say right off the bat.
I bet you don't.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
well,
I brought this up in regards to make a point.
Okay, well, shit.
I want to see. I'm ready.
Then,
I want to see.
All right, so the comment was that J. Scott Campbell made a career off of aping Art Adams.
Yeah.
So I would say no. I'd say he was definitely influenced by Art Adams, but also Disney. But here's an interesting thing, because I remembered when this came out, I always thought this was like a shot at J. Scott Campbell because they did the Art of Homage Studios book.
You want me to bring this up?
Yeah,
now?
you can bring it up. And Jim Lee did this drawing. And he was like, oh, I was tired of all the so much cross-hatching uplighting that you're like, yeah, he wasn't. I feel like he was trying to expose J. Scott Campbell for basically just doing his own style, just without all the rendering. So I think he's making a point here. It's not dead on, but you can see it in the body types and whatnot. You're like, oh yeah, you take out some of that the hatching that's still in there and the shadowing that Jim Lee just can't knock out of his style. You see J. Scott Campbell. So you see him, you see him in Jim Lee, you see him in Art Adams, you see him in Disney cartoons. So that was the point I wanted to make with this.
So we're going with Jim Lee then?
For what?
For
influential?
For one of the influential 90s.
Oh yeah, influential.
You have to say Jim Lee.
Yeah, influenced generation of people. So
no, yeah, I was definitely gonna say that too. Like to me, like when as much of let's say X-Men here. As much of the guys that that I like, because I'm a huge Silvestri fan and everything, you got to go with Jim Lee in the 90s was one of the biggest influential guys. I mean, so many guys came out looking like Jim Lee in the 90s. It was absolutely insane. In 2000s too. I mean, there was a ton of people. To this day, I still see people looking like Jim Lee within their structure, within their faces.
But also, I believe the reason we have so many acolytes of Jim Lee is I believe that the people that would have grown up to be acolytes of Todd McFarlane and Rob Liefeld were blacked from this industry. They were not going to allow acolytes of those two people to take hold and take power.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I think it became a incestuous spawning ground for Jim Lee.
I like that.
I
like that.
And that kind of lends back into what I was getting at with the Travis Charest thing, but we'll get to that in a bit. Yeah, Jim Lee, that right there. Yeah, I mean that was like the X-Men 1.
Yeah,
your run, and like that's where I was just like fully in. I was like, oh, Jim Lee, oh, you're so hot.
Yeah, me too. that's I've said this before that Jim Lee was my first favorite artist that I fell in love with. Like Todd McFarlane and Jim Lee were really close, but Jim Lee, like, just there was something about his art that just took me and kept me for years. Like I was all about Jim Lee. I get everything Jim Lee. I didn't care whether it was the X-Men, Wildcats, anything. Like I was going out and buying Jim Lee stuff because there was something about his, just the way he told the story, the dynamic figure drawing he would do, just the this is going to sound weird, but the near perfect aspect of drawings like this, like, yes, it's exaggerated, yes, it's it got that kind of realistic, like, kind of cartoon feel, but it also looks like so damn accurate, and that was just something that blew me away as a young artist, and put Jim on the map as far as like the number one guy in my mind. Who just, you couldn't knock him off for years.
Yeah, well, they still really haven't knocked him off, because I mean, you can go into a Sharper Image or something like that. You can find X-Men artwork out there just laying around. There's a good chance Jim Lee drew it or drew the original. Then they got someone like Shane Davis come in and clean it up, So
right, yeah,
I mean, even to the say, and that could also be a little bit that he's the co-publisher of DC, so I mean, he could put some influence, kind of like the Jeff Johns always getting his own properties out, so
right.
That could factor into some degree. Hey, when licensors come up, show them more of my artwork because that gets me more money. That's possible. Someone said Jim Lee will steal your wife.
Yeah,
yeah, he's been known to dip into the at least one time the wife of an employee.
Yep, that's out there. But yeah, I mean, obviously Marvel held him in high regard. He was the flagship artist of Marvel for years. So much so, I mean, they courted him back with the Heroes Reborn project with him and Liefeld,
I mean,
but yeah, I definitely say he's one of those guys that spawned, tons of clones, and then helped to develop a lot of people too, like the J. Scott Campbells and Brett Booth and all that stuff that started out very much Jim Lee-esque, and then kind of moved into their own styles and improved as they went along. Even Charest was that first like Wildcats book he did. That is still one of my favorites. Was very, it was still Charest, but it was very heavily, Jim Lee, the Wildstorm, kind of house style.
Yeah, but even then, I mean, you could look at that book and I knew, I was like, this guy is bringing something different. Like there's what people would argue to be the Jim Lee influence, and probably. I mean, when he was doing that DC work, he was still doing a lot of that kind of cross hatching on the cheek area, which people. A lot of people butchered. So
yeah, true. I still love. Yeah, I still love.
Yeah, no, I love it, but I mean, if it's not done spot on, it looks kind of like shit. So, anyways, Travis Charest originally, when he was doing that, I believe it was DC when he was doing that stuff. It was kind of shitty, but he was someone that was able to get the work done, and it had a bit of its own flair to it. Like, he kept that Charest face when he went in and did Wildcats. He just was better at it. But that first book, I was like, oh shit, because like, I think we might have talked about it before. Like, I remember like there's the guy with the glasses and how he was rendering the lenses on the glasses. And I was like, ooh, this stuff is got a different feel to it than Jim for sure. But Charest went and just he hit his mark. Like somewhere he started figuring out exactly what he was doing, and he was like became this really great kind of cartoonist, where the faces would still have that character, but he would get more detailed on like all the little doohickeys,
right?
And then I mean that all it kind of culminated with that X-Men Wildcats, right? I mean, that's where he was like, you can click on any one of these Wolverine faces and you can just see, like, there's one right there, top row, third one. So
right here.
Yep.
No, that's too small. Let me see if I can.
But that was like him, like, hey, you guys like details? Like, watch me detail this bike. Watch me detail these jeans. Let me detail these boots and the shirt. And it was incredible what he was putting on display for us. But this is where I said that, you know, there was the good and the bad about Travis Charest. And what I think this did was this ended up, see, like, there's still cartooning in that phase.
Yeah.
But this ended up knocking the cartoonist kind of out. Like, it became, after this, it was like, you need to kind of be a Brian Hitch. You need to be the guy going for that realism. You need the extra buckles. You need this, that, the little details, the zippers and the seams started coming into the comics, where you know, every cut had to have a double line to it. And it was just like, it started getting kind of weighed down, because if you're not just like the most fantastic, like, you got to have flair, and Travis Charest kept flair, whereas everybody else just kind of started getting to more and more kind of photo tracing stuff. And fine for them, I'm not judging,
right?
But like, there was still cartooning element, and then Travis Charest excelled or hit its absolute peak when he was displaying the book that never actually, I mean, parts of it came out, the Humanoids book, that he was like living in France and painting this stuff, and then you're just like, oh my God, Travis Charest is a god, but he was so fucking good he couldn't even finish the project. So
when I think about Travis Charest, I also think about the Meta Barons work that he did, and just it was
that's
just
what I'm
like
referring to.
Painted. It just looks so painted. It's just so beautiful. It's just absolutely gorgeous.
Yep, still no Sean. Sean's still out for a while and probably will be indefinitely for quite a bit. So just keep him in your hearts and prayers. But he will be back. He will be back eventually.
Someone brought up Wilson real quick. I just wanted to read that because when you mentioned Heroes Reborn, I wanted to put a little note in there and say the Heroes Reborn Iron Man by Whilce Portacio, a couple fill-ins in there by Ryan Benjamin, I think. Like, one of the best books, definitely, I believe the best book to come out of that entire thing. Like if you're gonna get anything, you should check out Heroes Reborn Iron Man by Whilce. Again, like, he's got that classic, all the negative space on the page and the unique panel layouts, highly influential for me. So, but check that out. Everything else, you know, it's like, it's okay. I mean, even the Jim Lee stuff that you see, you just know Jim is kind of like doing that Max Faraday kind of phoning it in.
Yeah, I hated
the
that.
Divine Right style.
Yeah,
you know,
I hated that era of Jim Lee.
Yeah. Let's see. That's probably not one of the better pictures, but yeah. And that's the thing with Whilce is, you know, look at that. Look at that computer coloring, just spot on.
Yeah.
They got it all figured out at this point. Just everything.
Oh yeah, this is when
stuff was sick.
Yeah, this is when shit was just popping, man. Like,
yeah.
It was so fun to be a comic book reader during this time in the mid 90s. Things were just looking beautiful. You know, a lot of stuff we've covered on this channel, the things we've looked at, you know, some of the later, like Soul Saga with the liquid colors was, you know, absolute gorgeous stuff. Yeah.
But also this run has you get to see Whilce do Doctor Doom. You get to see him do the Fantastic Four because they kind of cameo in there. Thor is in there, so I mean the Avengers are kind of in there too. So, but yeah, it's just really cool to look at. They got a lot of love and respect for Whilce Portacio and the Hulk. So
yeah, he was the first one to kind of draw the Hulk with that long hair in this era. You know,
interesting. Yeah,
this was actually what got me into Whilce. Was this run because I
really not Wetworks.
I knew about Wetworks, but I was so caught up in the Lees and Liefelds and McFarlane's. You know, it took.
Oh yeah, I forget. You're a little younger than I am, so you're kind of catching in this stuff. I mean, you're older than me by far,
right? Exactly.
But
yeah.
In you know,
in heart, I was younger. Yeah.
Yeah. No, like I was into Whilce back when he was working on one of the X-Men books. That was inked by Art T. Bear. At least the cover was. I'm not sure if Art was inking the interiors, but I mean, like, The stuff he's doing on X-Men was incredible. And I think, God, I almost think that Wills was somehow guiding Jim Lee in the early days.
Oh, he definitely was.
Before Jim Lee took off. So
he's actually talked about it. He's talked about it quite a bit, that Wills was a big helping hand. Both him and Scott Williams were a big helping hand to Jim Lee as he was coming up. He learned a lot from every, a lot of the lighting and bounce shadowing and all that kind of bounce shading and all that kind of stuff they got from Portasio, and Jim Lee basically took that and put it into his own art, and kept on ascending. Jim Lee was like a sponge, man. Like, he just took so much from everybody, but he was able to take it and then do it correctly, and put it into his style. It's one of the reasons why I think he got so good so fast. I mean, if you look at the progression of Jim Lee from, what was that, Punisher War Journal or Alpha Flight, whatever he did first, I can't remember. And by the time he got into Uncanny X-Men, and then by the time he got to X-Men, I mean, the dude was the absolute
it was an evolution. Yeah, it was an evolution. And I think that the final piece to him evolving, because you could see like the Barry Windsor Smith and just kind of classical stuff. I remember like his Punisher War Journal, which I don't know if he fully illustrated or if he was still being helped by, who was it, Lee Weeks or someone like that.
It was Lee Weeks.
Yeah. Okay. There was somebody that was kind of definitely helping him out with that. You could see Lee's structure. You could see the potential and everything was there. And I don't think it was until really that he got on Uncanny that he really started to really improve and just.
And that's where I see like that Art Adams is like, all right, now all of a sudden these are action figures on the page. It's a little bit more mechanical, and that this is going to look like this, but you get those big action pieces. You get the nice silhouettes, and that just the body type, that Jim Lee body type. It's like here it is. Whereas like in the early, like you look at some of the early Wolverine stuff he's doing, and it's like, is that Jim Lee? That's kind of Jim Lee, but then he zeroed it in and got it. So.
Yeah, that big the Omni what's it called?
Omnibus
edition. The artist edition. Yeah, the X-Men artist edition is really cool because you can go back to see his first X-Men issue, and the way he draws Wolverine from like one issue to like the next issue is just leaps and bounds different. Like, you can see he figured it out really quickly, but the first time you see him you see him draw Wolverine, it's kind of a funky looking Wolverine, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's more of that classic kind of jaw structure and kind of cheekbones and nose and like everything. Like, he just really stylized with Wolverine pretty quickly after that. But that's a fantastic book. If you guys haven't got it, check out that Jim Lee artist edition. I mean, it's like it's bigger than 11 by 17. It's all black and white. You got a lot of Art T. Bear in there too. It's beautiful stuff.
On this Wills piece, though, like you can see on the Iron Man on the right of that piece that you've already got singled out there, like that's where I kind of look at that and I'm like, to me, I feel Jack Kirby in there. Like, I see the heavy blacks, but also that mass is being captured in like Iron Man's arm. And over to the left somewhere, I think you might have scrolled past it. There was like a split cover. It was like Iron Man and Doomhead.
Go up here.
No, whatever. Anyways, there it is, right there.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
There you go.
That's kind of
so again, like you get Doctor Doom up in there.
Yep.
But look at you get a sense even there of mass of the people, just the cape billing around onto the chest of Doctor Doom. So and the heavy shadow of that piece under Iron Man's chest. So yeah. Incredible work. There's a lot to learn from that work. If you guys are wanting to be comic book artists, I'd say go check that out.
I love Kelly Jones.
Oh yeah, Kelly Jones had a very sick style. I loved his covers more than anything. Especially on the didn't he do primarily a lot of the covers on the Nightfall run? Yeah. Like he was pretty much the cover guy. And like those are just some sick covers leading up to that whole thing.
I remember he did a cover. I don't think he did any of the interiors for it, but he did a cover of like this Caliber press, which was, I believe, they're a Michigan company. And I remember buying it at like this convention, and the smell of the interior page is something on the ink, or like it made me nauseous. Like it smelled good. It smelled good, like fresh ink. But if you smelt it for more than like a minute, you're like, oh, really? It was so fucking strong. But it was called Cold Blooded or something like that. Kelly Jones Cold Blooded had a guy his arms are all out, all fucking wide. But I was like, ugh.
I love how he did Batman with the long ears. It's just nightmarish. There it is. Just
oh shit! Wrong button.
First one right there.
Right there. Okay.
No, not that one. One more.
No. This one.
First. There you go. That one. Yeah. Oh man, that smelled so bad. I got it so bad. It smelled so bad. Right. It still smells terrible. So it was just fuming. Like a comic should not fume that much, you know. And it was just
that's the first time I think I've heard that described like that.
Your art almost made me puke, Kelly Jones.
The Batman stuff. Go ahead, Kayla.
I love Kelly Jones, just everything he's done from Nightfall to the Dead Man stuff, even the stuff that he did for Sandman, the Batman and Dracula stuff. Just I mean, that's some of his most notable work. I think Batman Contagion was one too, which is really fucked up. He's just it's nightmarish and just absolutely beautiful stuff. And just, he's very detailed too. And he knows how to work the light with the darkness in his pieces. I just think it's gorgeous. I loved what he did with Batman's look, because I think if it was anyone else, I would have hated it, with the really long ears, the exaggerated stuff, and what he does with the capes. It's just crazy.
Yeah, like some of this work here, this black and white shit is pretty badass. Just it was the right cover guy for this series, because it gave this whole Nightfall series leading up to the breaking of Batman's back just a very creepy kind of feel to the whole thing. Like all the stuff he did was great. I love the way he draws the capes.
Dark.
Just the weird kind of proportions and stuff he does, the facial expressions. Yeah, it was badass.
Even the Sandman, the art that he did for the Sandman stuff is great.
Batman readers did not like Kelly Jones when it was coming out. I can't remember, like, because I never really read Batman. The only reason I picked up Batman, honestly, was because he was getting his back broken, and I wanted to check out, see what the hell was going on. So honestly, that's the only really reason I picked up Batman in the 90s, because otherwise I liked the character. The movies were cool, but I never was a big fan of the story of Batman in the 90s, or a lot of the art. Honestly, I just, compared to the stuff that I was reading at Marvel or Image, it just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, I caught very little DC back in the day, but I remember the Kelly Jones covers. But I did get into one run of Batman. It was, I don't know, 6 issues, something like that. Dark Knight, Dark City had covers by Mike Mignola, but I didn't know who the hell that was at the time. And but the interiors, the story in that was actually pretty good. I enjoyed it. It felt like what I felt like a Batman comic should have been like. So if anyone wants to dip into an actual Batman,
get out of there.
It's collected, so you can get Batman Dark Knight Dark City.
Agent Cub, what's going on, Jacob? He said, "Who do you pick as the most influential artist?" McFarlane. I think Kirby right off the.
I think if you go off of what's in the industry and what came after, you would have to believe that McFarlane was not very influential at all. I'd say that you're wrong. I think he was huge, but there's never been that follow up.
Talking about like style,
there's never been a follow up style where you can say, "Whoa, this guy is really fucking rocking McFarlane," or taking McFarlane to the next level, which should have been done is taking him to the next level, and it never happened. But that's what I was saying. I think that if you drew anything like Todd McFarlane or anything like Rob Liefeld in the 1990s and the 2000s, and even to this day, the mainstream is very hesitant to hire you. And I think that the real reason for that is a lot of ego. The guys that still run this industry today were the people that were competitive artists against Rob Liefeld and Todd McFarlane back in the 90s, and they hated their guts.
Like the Cusadas and all
like
them.
Quesada, like Quesada.
He was pretty open about not really having a lot of love for the Image guys,
It's a lot of jealousy. You know what I mean? And like, look, it's just I should be on top. not this
Right,
guy.
yep.
And like, well, you don't get to pick who's on top. So,
Yep. I
People
will say,
choose.
Because honestly, here at this channel, we talk a lot about the Lees, the Liefelds, the Silvestris. Obviously, you guys know the high regard they all stand in my mind, but still staying within the 90s, moving on throughout the 90s, I would say this guy right here, Mr. Michael Turner, was a giant influence, especially going into the 2000s with his styles. I mean, and to this day, you still see guys that I could look at and just glance and swear it was Turner, and look at it's somebody else's signature I've never heard of, but there's so many guys that have kind of aped his style, or just done enough of it to make a really good living. But this dude was highly, highly influential when he came. And if he hadn't passed, I've said this before, if he hadn't passed at an early age, I think he was like 30 some odd years when he passed. I still think he would have been maybe one of the top guys to this day still.
I agree with you. He's emulated a lot, often imitated, duplicated completely. But there's
especially
only
his
one
women.
Michael Turner. Oh, I think his women
specifically
are
his women,
top tier, top tier women. And like I said, the one thing that I think about his women too, you can tell it's a Michael Turner woman, but they all look slightly different. So it's unlike J. Scott Campbell, where he does a woman and it's basically he switched the color palette with the woman.
Yeah, J. Scott Campbell pretty much does the same chick.
It's just
every time.
all I see is Mary Jane, pretty much.
All I see is Caitlin Fairchild. That's all I see.
Besides that one Michonne cover, that one Michonne cover, which is different, but So,
what did you think of Turner when he came out, John? Oh, he was a good one.
I liked the Witchblade piece that came out, and I was like, again, oh, okay, here's some guy doing something. At first very Silvestri. What was interesting about Turner is that he was hired in, and according to Mark Silvestri, he didn't know how to draw. So,
he didn't.
And he would turn in artwork, and it was ass. And eventually, Silvestri handed him a book on like backgrounds, and was hoping that maybe the guy could eventually be salvaged as a background artist.
Yep.
And took him in the room, set him in a room with a book, and said, "Draw from here." And he said when it came out, it looked incredible, like not just good, but incredible. And just from that I guess gave enough confidence to say, okay, this guy can learn, because I don't know how old he was at the time. Maybe he was already 20. I don't know by that time.
He was I think he was already in his 20s. He got a little bit later of a start compared to like some of the guys that got in like real early in their career. Like I think he was maybe mid 20s or something when he got his. I could be wrong on that, but I feel like that's what I've read.
But yeah, another guy, he just learned like a sponge, and probably within a year, I mean, he was doing what people saw as that early Mike Turner stuff, which was much more detailed. Like this is kind of detailed here. Probably Fathom, maybe not Aspen, I guess. I'm not sure, because they're kind of the same property. Just they.
Yeah, I think this was. I think this was still top cow before it went.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused when people were like, "Wait, you don't see Joe or Mike Turner and Joe Ball?" Like,
oh yeah. Well, I mean,
Turner used to detail the hell out of everything, and you can look at the water there. Even the water, it's very small waves, but if you zoomed in on those waves, that's like a tsunami down there. Like it's so many different little wave lines. It's incredibly detailed. And he did just enough information on the bodies to make them believable. He definitely developed, but look at the environment that he got to be in when he didn't even know how to draw. All of a sudden he's walking in every day with Mark Silvestri, David Finch, and any number of guys at Top Cow, and just learning.
You also had the fantastic inkers you got to work with, like Weems and Bat and freaking shit, what's the other dudes? I always forget him. Anyway, sorry, but yeah, he had some fantastic inkers to work with as well that could really help bring him along as well too, which was.
But then you go all the way to where he did Batman, Superman, which was the last thing that I really paid any attention to that he did.
Yeah,
and his style. Well, there's that kind of Supergirl that's probably reminiscent of what he was doing. But he opened up his style to a degree. He was still doing a lot of detail. Like his backgrounds were still pretty good, but he at this point really developed a relationship with his colorist Steigerwald.
Yeah, Steigerwald.
And so when you know that you got somebody you can trust and you want to have that kind of open line drawing style going on, then you can just kind of unleash. Look at that. Like there's actually very little information in there. He drew multiple figures, but they're not rendered. There's not cross hatching in there. That flame took him about 5 minutes to lay down.
Right, exactly.
And the only thing that's really probably drawn out is that shot with the I don't know if that's a Batmobile there, whatever that is.
I think it's a bike.
A bike.
Yeah, and the people standing there. So that was probably the hardest part of the cover.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we talked about Turner, I think last week when we looked at specifically the Batman Superman stuff or Superman Batman stuff he did. And that was the thing that we brought up specifically was that he went heavy line art, pulled away a lot of the cross hatching, the rendering, and it was all Steigerwald that would go in and do a lot of the shadows, which, I mean, it was fantastic work, but, it probably allowed him to really produce very fast because at that time he was doing Superman Batman. He was also working on Soulfire.
Yeah.
He was working on Soulfire at the time when he was going through that lawsuit with Silvestri and Top Cow that was keeping that all kind of wrapped up before he could release that. So he was working on like 2 books at once and just producing some great stuff. But you're right. Like it's, when he got that relationship with Steigerwald, things really kind of took off for him. I do kind of like the stuff that was back, like Witchblade and Fathom when he worked with Inker, and we worked with Weems and like all those guys, because I enjoyed the heavy line work because some of the detail was absolutely gorgeous. Yes, D-Tron. Thank you, Gyro. Appreciate it. That's who I was trying to think of. Full water effects hot babe. Man, I used to love those full water effect hot babes. I love that. I want to grab the Batman Superman Absolute before it sells out. Yeah, the Treasury Edition, whatever it's called, guys. Definitely go pick that up because that's all the line work. It's very beautiful work. A huge book to look at. Should definitely have it in your collection. Something talking about Quesada's chub. I don't know how you saw it.
He was eye to eye with it, apparently.
Yeah, apparently, like that might have to be a story for another time. It seems like a very interesting development there that you got to see that.
Oh, okay. So someone was flirting with Amanda Conner. Who? Michael Turner?
No, I had to have been. I think he said it was Quesada because he said he saw Quesada's chub. It was completely by accident. And I've been kind of keeping an eye on it as we've been talking in the chat. And Quesada's. Yeah. That's a memory I don't know if you really want to have. Speaking of Top Cow guys, though, another guy, and that's why I want to linger here in the 90s for a second. But David Finch is another one that giant influence, especially on younger artists, even on some of the current day, his contemporaries, like Platt.
Yeah, really, sadly.
Yeah.
Look, David Finch does great David Finch, but there's just like Jim Lee, there's too many people that are just heavily influenced by David Finch. And so it's like, it's a weighed down style to me. Like, again, you think what Michael Turner is like a light, it's airy, the characters can kind of bounce around. This is just, it's so shadow heavy and it's so dependent on light source. And it's just like these guys get really heavy, and that's great. It's really great when you just really want to emphasize the dramatic, slow something down. But when you get into high pace action, it's hard to move through the action at a quick pace because you actually stop, at least as an artist, because I will stop and I will start looking at all the line work, and I'll be like, oh, look, look at this. Look, oh, wow, that elbow is really cool. It'll for me, it'll literally slow down the story to a crawl. Where if I'm looking at Rob Liefeld or even Mike Turner, I can just be like, okay, I'm getting my information. I'm moving on. I'm in the story more than I'm trying to dissect every aspect of this. I can come back later and look at the pretty faces of Turner or Liefeld, but I can move through this action scene. So
I really think that Top Cow was one of the first studios I noticed that had very dark, very heavy shadowing in a lot of their stuff, especially when they segued out of the cybernetic kind of era of Top Cow and went more into the supernatural stuff with Ascension and obviously the Darkness and Witchblade and all that. They really went into a little bit more of this kind of aspect. And I think it's where guys like Weems and Bat really came in, especially Bat in the early days and shine. And talking with Bat, I know that a lot of the lighting in the early days when it came to Finch was Bat. Like he was like kind of taking him along as a younger artist and kind of grooming him and bringing him along with bringing out the shadows, bringing out the rendering.
Interesting.
Bat had said one of the things that Finch struggled with early on was he wanted so much to render like Silvestri. Like he was a huge fan of Silvestri. Like that was Finch's guy. And he just couldn't really get it the way he wanted to. So Bat would come in and sometimes do a lot of the heavy lifting with a lot of the rendering in Ascension until David got his footing and then, obviously became the artist we all know him to be. Yeah. And just like Turner, guys that just, under that tutelage of all the people there, they progress very quickly. But I thought it was kind of interesting that that Bat was somebody that was heavily bringing him along in the early days.
Yeah, but also it's like when you have people that aren't really balancing that light, like or able to jump from where you have kind of like, okay, we're not all in shadow, and then scenes where you are. Like with Finch, they're always in shadow. It's always
right.
Like
that's true. Yes,
it's always like that same kind of lighting going all the way through it. So like that works good for like if you're doing a horror book, in my mind, like
right.
There's
Ascension works because it was that kind of like horror.
If you believe that a psychological element matters, then with horror, like something like Spawn, sure, use all the shadows, all the cross rendering, whatever you want. Even when you're slowing it down, it's like you can have that mood. But you can look at Finch and like he'll have people at a breakfast table be essentially lit the same way, and it's just like I'm not sure this is going with that lighthearted conversation.
No,
but horror like Darkness, that's where it's perfect. But when you're doing something that's like a team book, like what did he do? Strike Force or something like that? I don't know if he did Cyber Force. I thought he did like a spinoff.
I think he did some Cyber Force.
He did
issues.
do some Cyber Force.
Yeah,
but
so
like when he got into real team stuff, it was when he went to Marvel and did the Avengers. Or was it the Avengers?
Yeah,
when he did his run on the Avengers, it was like kind of but he did some Strike Force stuff. I think he did some Cyber Force stuff.
Yeah, and then when you're getting into the superhero stuff, it like straight up like kind of Avengers, it's like, okay, you got all that shadow stuff, but now how well are you hitting your deadlines? How difficult is this because you're trying to maintain this super level of rendering, which works a lot better on like a solo kind of horror-ish vibe. Or like a Batman book. Like I think he did some Batman. Like that's pretty much kind of perfect for what he does.
He did some Moon Knight that I remember.
Yeah, Moon Knight. Yeah,
and I think
the Moon Knight run was awesome.
What was it? Brightest Day? Was it Brightest Day? The Green Lantern title? Was it Brightest Day? I know Moon Knight for sure. I want to say he did Brightest Day. Ultimatum was another one too.
Yeah, that's full on McFarlane.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You so wanted to do Todd there.
It's funny. I mean, when you get into characters like this, I mean, even with me with doing Reaper Destroyer, there's sometimes where I heavily go back and do a McFarlane feel because I'm just like a character, big cape, that kind of stuff, very heavy shadows. Sometimes you just kind of go back and you're like, there's one guy that did it so well, and stylized that so well that you kind of go back and just like not ape it, but you just subconsciously you do a McFarlane.
Before you click off, over on that image, the middle one right below it, the main image that you clicked on, go all the way to the right.
Right here?
There you go. Right underneath it, one over to the left.
This the double pager.
Yeah, like I remember when that was getting shown, probably on the like Newsarama and stuff
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
And they're promoting this book. Everybody was just like, "Oh shit!"
I've said this before, and I looked at Moon Knight 1 on one of my previous videos, and I said that this is still today some of my favorite Finch work ever. Like Moon Knight 1, issue 1, just because he had just flex after flex pages like this in that book. And it was just like, coming out and just this beautiful, detailed, just insanity. This one down here, the one we showed earlier in the rain, like that right there. Like these were just like every issue he would do, there would just be some kind of just got you just in your face, jaw dropping image that he would put out. Like the cover for 2, just shit like that. And it was just the entire time, it was just in my mind, just kind of flexing for the industry. I thought he produced some of his best work, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
Aphrodite 9, hell yeah, one of my favorite characters. Aphrodite was a good book. I remember that being pretty cool. Who said that? I gotta find it. There was a comment if I can find it. Where is it at? So much Chubb talk in the chat.
I know. I'm seeing Chubb, Club, everything.
Jasper Plan 9 said New Avengers. Yeah, I think he did some
New Avengers. Yes, thank you.
Avengers.
Yep.
Yeah.
I knew it was an Avenger title, but I couldn't remember exactly. Where the hell? Oh. Justin Ward said, John is sucking the Liefeld peen in every stream he's on. I just want to say, if you come to this channel, that's what we do around here. We are heavy Liefeld simps over here.
No
one
knows anything bad about Liefeld. I'm sorry.
Just so you know, guys. Yeah, this is the channel for some Liefeld love. So
I make no apologies.
Take that hate.
Yeah, I make no apologies.
Somewhere else.
I'm that close to being able to say he was my mentor, and
yeah,
I mean, he gave me my first interview ever at a con,
and he would probably tell you it's true. I mean, but I don't think that I've had that much artistic education, but no, I worked with the guy. I was a fan of him first, by far.
Yeah.
Just talking to him, he gets you so hyped up, and he's so enthusiastic, and he's so into it. It's like very inspirational talking to him. Just for the 5 minutes that I got to interview him, it was
very energetic,
amazing. It was just awesome, and he knows what he likes and doesn't like too. So I have tremendous respect for him. Yeah, I love that. I feel like he'll
tell you exactly what he thinks about things. So I mean that's the good and the bad with Rob. But also while he's being honest, that's why someone like Kassad or whatever, or people that are not as successful as him would be like, this motherfucker can't shut his fucking mouth, so but whatever.
That's also why people love him, though. If you think about it, he gets so much love because he gets personal with people. So
no, he won't. I can't imagine he's ever coming on a stream that has anything to do with CG or
what's a CK guy? What is CK guys?
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be CG guys, not the CK. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
It's supposed to be CG, guys.
No, he's got a lot of friends over here. I'm sure he knows it. But Rob's eyes are set on Hollywood, so he probably wouldn't do anything to kind of that might put a risk on that. So exactly, I don't know for sure. I mean, he might pop up on a stream one day. I wouldn't be, I wouldn't like have a heart attack or anything like that if he did. But I think mainly, I think a lot of our ideas are kind of in the same wheelhouse as what he thinks about the industry, but he's a little bit more diplomatic. But don't get me wrong, he's gone off on people on Twitter. I think he's called Brevort like a fat dude. I don't know. I want to say fat fuck, but I doubt he said fuck.
He's done some. Yeah, he's had some spicy stuff on Twitter. That's for sure. Jasper said cartoonist KFAB. Yeah, but they aren't CG guys. Oh, that's what you're talking about, the CK. Okay. Yep. Yeah, he'll go on with them. Like he likes them quite a bit. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very true. I mean, he ushered in a whole new generation of comic fans.
Still is.
And what he did with designs, the design work that he did with the characters. I mean,
oh yeah,
there was nothing like it at the time.
Well, we'll jump back here. We'll talk about influential guys. I mean, because I absolutely feel like Rob Liefeld is a very influential guy, especially in the 90s. You saw a lot of guys kind of drawing like Liefeld. But more so, like, he helped bring in a lot of new talent through Extreme Studios. Obviously, he helped get Malin going. Guys like Frega, Murat Michaels,
Yeah,
like all those guys,
Without Rob, you may not have had Stephen Platt,
Platt,
not in the form that you know of him. He may have done
yep.
his Moon Knight, and he may have disappeared into obscurity. But Rob really opened up opportunities for Stephen Platt. You definitely wouldn't have Dan Frega as we know him, and all of Dan's experiences. Myself, Rob gave me my first published work, and my first full book. My first published work was a anthology. I hate that because I feel like it's an asterisk. I did an anthology that I had to pay for myself for the pages.
Yeah.
So other than that anthology, my first published work was with Rob, my first full book. But I mean, Danny Mickey, if you think Danny Mickey is a good inker, I mean, he inked Frazetta. I think he might have inked Finch at some point at Marvel. I'm not 100% on that, but
he did some of the Moon Knight stuff.
Danny Mickey's held up as one of the massive inkers out there, massive inking talents.
He was one of the big guys in the 90s too, like when he exploded, especially when he got over to working on Spawn and stuff like that. But he was pretty much all the inkers he brought up. You think of Sabal, Ratman, Mickey.
Jaro says Jeff Matsuda, Chap, yep.
Chap,
I mean, there's a lot of guys out there that went off into other fields and became successful there. But yeah, at least here, and Matt Yackey. I think Rob gave Matt some of his first work too. Probably some of his first highest profile work. Let me say that.
Yeah, for sure. So he's definitely one of those guys, I would say, highly influential in the industry still today. I mean, he's still giving guys breaks today. I mean, look at that Prophet 30-year remastered book that they just put out, where he had like every page has a new artist on it, and you got guys like Rob Willis is on there, guys like Raymond Leonard is on there. Got him a break, even though Rob inks Raymond and kind of looks a little bit more like Rob. He still took guys and gave them their first chance to put it into an actual big book and get it published. I mean, he's still doing stuff like that. So the dude, in my mind, he's got his place for sure.
I mean, you don't have to be a Liefeld fan, but you should respect him for what he's done for this industry. I mean, that's just
yeah. Well, I mean,
even on it, you don't have to be a fan, but respect what he
did. Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of guys that I'm not personal fans of in the industry, but I definitely respect what they did for the industry, or how they tipped the scales in one way or the other at a certain point. Like Jasper saying here, he said, "I'm with Ethan, not a Liefeld fan. He's a comics version of Sex Pistols. Right place, right time, definitely important." I mean, it's fine. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to be a fan of anybody, but the fact is that Liefeld came out at the time when comics were getting ready to explode, get into the pop culture, and he struck a tone with the fans. And that's all you have to do as an artist or creator, is be in that spot to strike the right chord with the fan base, and boom, you're selling millions of copies of books. Maybe not nowadays, but back in the day.
That kind of diminishes him, I think. Right place, right time. I don't think that's true. I think Rob Liefeld helped create that moment in comic book history when sales were going into the millions. So Rob Liefeld was out there getting mainstream attention put onto the comic book industry. He did. You may not like it, but he did Levi 501 Gene commercials that aired on MTV late night. I saw him. If you look at the early episodes of Beavis and Butthead, I think episode 1, episode 2, somewhere in there, I think there's 2 mentions of fucking like X-Force. One is they paint on a house. They say X-Force rules.
Oh, no, shit. Nice.
Rob Liefeld was creating, like, he was putting it firmly into the zeitgeist that allowed them to go out there and launch Image Comics, which became the pinnacle. So, to act like he was just in the right spot at the right time, not to mention that motivation, that ability to get you pumped. Like, he has a leadership bone in him. So if he was in here today, if he had never existed in the 90s, he would be probably like Ethan. He would probably be like Ethan. He'd be very charismatic, and he would be trying to push something like Comicsgate as far as he could. And he would be out there in the Hollywood circles, and he would be out there trying to do he did Dennis Miller in the early 90s. You know, like he would be trying to get onto Jimmy Fallon, and he'd be trying to talk about whatever our books are. So, I mean, he's that type of guy. Like he was a guy that was going to try to get himself to the top no matter what it fucking took. And to just say he was in the right place at the right time, that's not correct. I mean, his energy, like Image Comics exists because of Rob Liefeld.
Yeah.
So he was the innovator, and he created the name for it. He might have even created the design for for it.
Yep, he created the design, the name.
Yeah. So I mean, you're very diminishing one of the great talents of our industry.
How young was he when he started out? He was very young too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he was
pretty young.
Yeah, before he got into Marvel, when he was doing, what was that company he was doing? Larson was a part of it too. It was
I'm trying
Megaton. Megaton, yeah, he was doing stuff in Megaton. I think he was like 18 or 19 when he was doing that shit.
Pretty
you know, like, see, he had a lot of early success. But yeah, I mean, that's a great point, John. And to say that was right place, right time. If you're going to say that with him, you'd have to say that with the same thing with Lee. And
anyone
guys.
Who's ever been successful.
Exactly.
Oh, no, he was right place, right time. Yeah, you know, look, a little bit of luck, a little bit of timing, sure, but don't act like, you know, he didn't have the guns to handle it back then. And again, you know, that's part of the jealousy factor that was seething through the industry in the 90s. This is why they couldn't stand Rob Liefeld above all. Like, people would still be a little bit afraid of Todd McFarlane.
Right.
Rob Liefeld was very outspoken, and he was getting a lot more attention. He was on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. You can't take that away from him.
Oh, 100%. And you know, I look
at that art. That's fucking.
I look at stuff like this, and I'm just. This is why I was such a huge fan of Liefeld in the 90s. And it was like I said, it was Jim Lee, it was Todd McFarlane, Jim Lee that really got me into comic books as a kid. And then I just started discovering other people. And when I discovered Rob, it was. Image had just kind of launched, and you know, Youngblood was coming out. But when I started seeing stuff like this with all this crazy, awesome, just tech, and just like as a teenage boy, as a 12-year-old, you know, kid, seeing all this kind of stuff, I was just blown away. I was like, yes, like I want to draw this, I want to dress, you know, like I want to live in a world where this is the way it is. So yeah, to me, again, cool factor, boom, right here, shit like this was unbelievably cool.
Jasper Plan 9 is trying to double down. He says, exactly, just like Sex Pistols. They created more bands than minutes of recorded music. Look, again, you're diminishing Rob Liefeld's impact. I don't know if you're completely unaware of his background, Jasper, but Rob worked on Hawk and Dove, popularized that in its time. I believe he created the female Dove at some point. Maybe that was when he came back on it.
He created a female Dove.
But he went from Hawk and Dove. He did, then he did, my recollection was like Marvel Comics Presents, but maybe that was right around the time of New Mutants.
Yeah, he did that before the New Mutants. I think that was the first work he did for Marvel was the
it was New Mutants.
Yeah, so he blew New Mutants up to sales records. And then he respun that into a whole new title called X-Force, which catapulted the sales even higher. So that would be, if you're talking recorded music, this is his third album. So then he did X-Force, and then he spun that into Youngblood, his fourth album and most successful. So, I mean, what do you want? What do you want for someone to be considered one of the comic book greats? Not to mention he was actually on the video series, The Comic Book Greats. It wasn't the comic book right place, right time. He is a great. And I will fucking fight for that motherfucker to that. I've been dealing with people like Jasper Plan 9 my entire life, trying to diminish Rob Liefeld. And that's been a real drag on our creativity in this industry, because we should have had the next Rob Liefeld. We should have had 5 of the next and better models of Rob Liefeld and 5 of the next better models of Todd McFarlane, but we didn't get them because of attitudes like that. Right place, right time. Could have been me. No, it couldn't have been, because you're not that motivator. You're not that guy who was drawing incredibly by the age of 21, 22. That took Rob Liefeld to do that.
And Jacob, I will say that I don't know about the Kickstarter, but the Indiegogo he did fulfill. I've got my Indiegogo brigade. Sean got his. I think Sean sent John the brigade. I don't know what happened to Kickstarter, but he fulfilled that.
I have mine someplace over here.
Yeah, I got all the issues I backed. So Yeah, regardless of what anyone says, I mean, the dude was fantastic. I'm a defender of Rob Liefeld. I say it in my Ott and Stuff intro. You know, this is definitely a Rob friendly channel for sure. And because hell, listen, Rob created some amazing characters, and besides that, for a young kid that would just write to random studios that you see the address in the back of the books. I used to write Extreme Studios all the time. Just bullshit. As a kid would just write shit, you know, like a 12-year-old, 11-year-old kid. And I remember I would always get shit back from Extreme Studios. And one day I got a War Child #1 signed by Rob back in the mail. That was it. I didn't buy it. I didn't ask for it. It was just it arrived one day as a present. I was like, that's the coolest thing ever. And for a kid to go to his mailbox and pull out this big, this big thick envelope, when you pull it out, it's a signed copy of War Child #1. I mean, like, come on, like that is awesome as shit. And I'll always remember that kind of shit. But yeah, I got much love for Rob for sure.
He's good with his fans at conventions too. He's very good with his fans at conventions. I've seen it firsthand. So, and that's what you want. You want to see people that are creators and artists that are good with their fans.
What is that image down below? Is that from Bad Blood? The guy with the stars, like an old Captain America?
Where?
Bottom row.
Right there.
Right here?
No, left.
The Watchmen?
Two to the right.
No.
One
oh,
more.
this
there
guy,
you
sorry.
go.
Yeah.
That's the Shield. That was from.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that Archie thing he did, I believe, that was supposed to be a mini series. Yeah, it's this right here. It was supposed to be a mini series.
Who colored that?
Brian Valenza and I can never remember the other guy he works with.
Okay.
Yeah, Valenza colored some of it, and then another guy that they look very similar in their coloring styles colored the other part. But yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know the specifics. I just know a lot of people that have gotten it. So, and I got it. So I
had to get a copy from Sean. He sent me a copy. I was like, thanks. Yeah, I can probably check it out. But yeah, I backed it. I backed that Brigade Kickstarter back in whenever the hell that was, years and years and years ago.
Yep.
Probably about 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago when he did that.
And I would say, it's probably the same thing. You probably ran into the same issue that a lot of people run into with Kickstarters or crowdfunders that, you're just kind of getting into it and shit happens, Not saying.
Well, I mean, that's a long time for shit to happen.
I was just going to say, not saying that any of it's right, but,
Rob has a little bit of like an ADD about him. And, sometimes he gets in his own way. He's a 3-dimensional human being, and self-motivating is not one of his better qualities.
I was gonna say I understand people that are upset that haven't got their books yet. All I can say is I got my books. I mean, that's all I can say is like I get it. I got mine already.
But also keep in mind, Rob is at like retirement age now. Like he's probably 50.
He's 53
now. He's 53. Yeah.
I think he's 53.
So, he's getting up there. I feel like if nothing else, I'm just like, whenever something new Rob comes out, happy to get it.
Oh, absolutely.
So I don't know if I'll ever get a delivery of my book, but I got it from Sean, so I'm covered.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Speaking of older guys, Sylvester is 67 fucking years old. Still kicking it. Still doing badass work. I don't have it by me, but did that awesome remark on the print I got when I got to meet him a couple weeks ago at Fan Expo, which was absolutely awesome. But this is one of the guys where I like to throw out there, like, this is another guy that really influenced a lot of people. Obviously, some of the guys we talked about.
That Batman image is one of the biggest standout images from the early 90s. I remember when that came out.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh fuck, when does this happen?
Yeah, hold on a second.
And now he's been working supposedly on a Batman book for 10 years.
Yeah, I don't know if it's ever coming out.
Yeah, it'll probably never come out. But look how incredible it could be.
Yeah.
And that's the good stuff too. I love that line work that's going on.
Look at that.
This might be a little glary, but yeah, I bought this print.
Gorgeous.
I saw that sitting out there. I was like, dude, I gotta have this print.
Yeah. Was that black and white? Is that what that was for?
Batman. Yeah, it was the Batman black and white book. I never got it. I never got this book, but I just remember this image, and just this is.
That was only ever like a cover or pinup, right? There wasn't ever.
No, he didn't. No interiors. I think this was just a cover.
It's a cover.
Yeah. You're about to get me to hunt that motherfucker down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Who's the cover?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, like I got that print. I saw that sitting there at his table, and I had to get that signed. I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Like it's one of my favorite images.
One of those drawings, and like how he does his musculature, like in the legs, and how he just keeps adding like all these small muscles. Like maybe they exist. It doesn't matter. It's a little watery, but it looks so fucking cool.
Hail Dale, good to see you, brother. Yeah, that's all these different little lines in here. Again, when it comes to anatomy, again, cool factor, right? This is just cool to look at. All the little lines in the cape, the way all the folds sit and all that kind of stuff, the detail with the tech in the background. Yeah, all these tiny little muscles on muscles just popping out.
Yeah,
I don't care if it's correct.
The grip on the chair, and it's like a throne, and just it's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite all-time shots of Batman. Didn't they make a statue of that? I thought they.
I believe they did. I think they did actually.
Yeah. Shots, yeah, Dale. Shots. That's for sure. Everyone's saying hey to Dale for sure. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. So, yeah, there was I've gone over it again and again, but being able to see this guy draw, even just the remark he did on the print was incredible to see up close and personal. To watch him draw. Find it. Where's that? Yep, there we go. Oh. This I don't know if you've seen this yet or not, John.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yep.
Did you? Okay, yeah. So
gorgeous.
Get that off the screen there. Yeah, just to be able to see them draw that was an experience, watching him do his thing like this.
Yeah, still one of the best guys out there. Just like his women faces, and you go back to way back in the day, X-Men, Wolverine stuff. Like his women faces were so fucking great.
Oh man, yeah.
And his guys were always pretty spot on too. Sometimes they get a little wonky, but like the eyes kind of like in that Wolverine, his eyes are kind of going with the eyebrows, So
yeah.
Like, but overall, probably one of the just hands down one of the most talented artists in the comic book industry. Just like Dale, he's coming from that Wrightson school.
Yeah.
Taught many people within the industry as well too.
Yeah, I was going to say
like a large teacher.
Some of the stuff on his Wolverine in his Wolverine run, his X-Men run, you could see it was kind of like back in the day, you're hammering out that shit. Sometimes it was twice a month that stuff was coming out, and it wasn't as once he got into the 90s and started having more time to draw off, that's when he more of a relaxed schedule, I guess. He still really started to lean into the detail aspect of what he was doing, and he drew very attractive people, and that's what I love about his art, and like not just the chicks, but the guys. Everybody was just very good looking in the comic books, the way that you kind of want to see. Like, it's fantasy. You don't tune in to watch a movie with a bunch of ugly people, you want attractive people in movies, and that's kind of how he approached drawing comics. Henry Beamer says, I don't usually fanboy, but I'm a fanboy of Mark Silvestri. Yeah. I'm actually surprised I had the guts to talk to him. I was hoping I wasn't going to chicken out, and I didn't. I held my own like a professional, like a man. I went up there and talked to him and did it 3 days in a row, which is good because I chickened out my chance to meet Rob the time I had. Still haven't met him. That's
to this day you haven't met him?
To this day I haven't met Rob because I have.
I've never met Todd. I've never met Todd. That's like if he died, I'd be like, shit.
I
walked past him, and I've just like Stanley. I walked past him, but I didn't want to be like the guy, jumping from the crowd.
Oh right.
Oh my God, Todd McFarlane!
I got to meet Todd.
I'm just gonna let him get to whatever meeting they're heading off to. So,
I got to meet him and Greg Capullo. Had them sign something when I was working a show. Boston a couple before COVID hit.
Yeah, I got to meet Capullo at the same place, so that was pretty cool. Very cool dude. Very cool dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so of the Image guys, I've only met Jim Lee and Mark Silvestri. The rest of the guys, I take it back. I also have met Valentino. Met Valentino. So the other 4 guys, I still have to meet at some point. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but that'd be cool. That's kind of my bucket list. Meet all of the Image founders at some point. Especially we're scheduled for Dallas Expo, but COVID. I thought he did go to Dallas. Maybe it was Denver they went to. I know that he was booked on a lot of the Fan Expo. It's the only reason I went to Fan Expo a couple weeks ago, because he was going to be on the bill. I was like, that's the only reason I'm going, is to meet Silvestri. And I did, and it was cool. He was an awesome dude. Gave him a copy of Reaper Destroyer. He had me sign it, which I thought was pretty cool. He's like, would you sign this for me? And I was like, okay.
Brian Hitch is probably a guy that I'd say leading into the 2000s. And again, that was part of the drawback. I mean, he's an incredible illustrator. Doing the Ultimates, it was a great book. Big fan of that. But also it was another step towards realism. And I feel like this was just, shaking out, the cartooning, the good cartooning from a new generation of artists. True. And I mean, you look at the industry, I mean, at least last time I looked at the mainstream industry, it's still guys from the early 2000s, like at best, like, that are kind of up there. So, and it's just dying, how many different Jim Lee, Brian Hitches can you get out there before it just, you got to have all the ingredients. And like I said, they cut out the McFarlanes and they cut out the Liefeld. So. that almost sounds like something Rob would say there.
Yeah, right. Hitch killed the Ultimates. I'll say that what is funny, once you get into the 2000s, you had some names that like sparked up and they were the star got bright, but the longevity wasn't there. Like some of the guys right now that are still killing it are some of the 90s guys like Booth. Booth is absolutely still doing his thing. J. Scott Campbell is doing a shit ton of cover work. Obviously Liefeld's still doing his thing, still to this day, which is awesome. By the way, he says, John, good to see you. So there you go.
Yeah.
Fan.
Rob never called me that.
He wanted me. Yeah, I gave him Reaper Destroyer just for shits and giggles. I told him, I was like, dude, I don't want anything from you. Like, this is not one of those things. I just want you to have this because you influenced me, and I don't know if I'll ever be able to see you again. So this is kind of thing, blah blah blah. Plus, I told him I had Bat and Weems and this kind of shit, and he thought that was pretty cool. So he's like, yeah, you want to sign the book for me? And I was like, absolutely. And then I was like, kind of all nervous at first. My hand was shaking a little bit. I'd like get it down so I could actually get my signature down. Wasn't a Hitch fan, sorry. I really wasn't either, honestly. Good artist, but this is the thing that I think this is what John just kind of touched to. The style change with artists like this, we're going away from what I really liked about comic book art. Is good stuff, still good, but the stuff I really fell in love with that brought me into comics were the more exaggerated body styles. Now, yeah, you have stuff like this, the Hulk, but it's not like it's not like Dale Keown's Hulk, or this is not like Jim Lee's Captain America. It's just the realism was being brought a little bit more into comics, which was not what I was looking for as a comic book fan.
So would you say, like, I mean, when I think like early 2000s, I think like Mike Mayhew adopted that kind of style, like photorealistic, kind of like mimicking Alex Ross almost. Yeah. But then when I think of like other people in the early 2000s that were really popular, Adam Kubert was very popular.
And again, but he was one of the 90s guys, that just kind of, he's still Kubert's had a great career stemming back from what pretty much like early 90s, late 80s, and just both the Kuberts have stuck around, which is great, but it's like, who came up in the 90s or who came up in the 2000s made them a star, so to speak, and is still very relevant today. I'm
That's
kind
it.
of asking because that was the
It's
time I
like
was in and out of comics, so I don't know, you know.
I gotta think. I'm trying to think of what I was reading then in high school. I mean, I was reading a lot of Walking Dead in the early 2000s.
Right. Yeah, maybe
So,
Ryan Otley, but
I mean,
was that 2000s or was that the 2010s? You know, like
No,
I don't
oddly,
know.
no, he was doing Invincible in the early 2000s.
Was he? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. So this is gets shaky for me because I was in and out of comics. This is the decade I was really in and out of comics. You know, like I think I was in for a few years and I was doing music. So there was a lot of stuff I missed
it
between,
was
let's say, 2004 and 2010, or maybe even earlier than that. So if
Mhm.
guys came up during that time, I don't know. So this is kind of an era that's a little bit dark to me, I guess. So to speak.
I really don't think there's anybody that came out like rock star level than like
Yeah.
what we saw in the 90s. I mean, it was,
Mhm.
you know, the market was still strong in the early 2000s. But it was really it was just, you know, a tightening of the guard. It was like if you're in, it's kind of like we're closing the doors. Very few people are going to be squeaking in from this point on, all the way up to 2022. You know,
Yeah.
so handful of people that I knew, you know, from back in the day that just kind of squeezed through,
Hmm.
like Otley. Like, you know, I knew Otley before he was on Invincible. So
Oh, okay.
from Digital Webbing Presents. So
Oh, no shit.
that
No
first
shit.
published book that I ever worked on. Yeah. So I was in
Nice.
issue 1. I think he was in issue 2 or 3, did like a bike messenger storyline, which actually looked good. I mean, you can, and I talked about it before. I said anyone that saw Ryan Otley's work back then, they knew like this guy's gonna go somewhere. Like he's got it. Like,
Yeah.
but then sadly he got on Invincible, which I mean it was great because he could really dumb down his style, but his published work has
Oh.
always been that dumbed down style.
Oh, who was I thinking?
Yeah, I think I
Fiona
heard something like that.
Staples. Fiona Staples' artwork was very popular then because I think that's
No.
when Saga came out. There's this book,
Okay, I'm not
Saga.
familiar.
It's an image book.
Yeah, I
And
think it's a
that
successful
was
image book
that
too,
was
yeah.
wildly successful in the shops. Fiona Staples was the artist.
Was that a Top Cow book, Saga? Or was
No,
it just an
Image.
image
I think
book?
Image
Image.
Central, wasn't it?
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
I wasn't sure. I've heard of it, but I don't
I
know
mean,
too much about it.
The Walking Dead was selling like crazy in the comic shops. Like that's all I can remember was The Walking Dead. Everyone had their hands on The Walking Dead around that time. So it was. I think Walking Dead probably brought people back into comic shops.
But was it
point.
because of the art or was it because of the book? You know, like
Both.
I think it was a concept of. I mean, but it was still like a rip off of 28 Days Later. They both had essentially identical intros, so that's why I could never get into Walking Dead was because I saw 28 Days Later and then I checked out Walking Dead. I was like, oh, he's literally ripping off 28 Days Later. But 28 Days Later was huge. Like people, you know, and then that started kind of the reviving of like the zombie movies. So you know, I mean, it was there when just everybody was going zombie crazy again. I think Zack Snyder did that Dawn of the Dead remake at some point around that time. I'm not exactly sure, but
yeah, I think it too. It was interesting too because it was a black and white comic book. So we had like the generation at that point was very heavily into like Alex Ross stuff. Like I said, Mike Mayhew, this very painted kind of photorealistic looking art. That is what was selling in the shops at least. And then there was The Walking Dead that was like, who was it? Tony Moore, Charlie Adler working on it. So Tony Moore did 1 through 6. And I think Charlie Adler did the rest up until 193 when it ended. But it was very different because it was a black and white book. And at that time, like I said, it was like very high Alex Ross, photorealistic stuff. So
we get popular artists and stuff, but have you seen their influence felt, you know, like what we've taught? Because eventually we're getting here to current day where you're going to kind of stop feeling so much of the influences, so to speak. One, because the industry's art has changed so much, what they want out of artists now with how they depict the more realistic characters and all this kind of stuff now.
There's a
I
lot of
don't think
digital stuff I'm not a
Yeah, I
fan
don't think
of
you
now.
see the amount of influence that you saw, which is why I still think you see current artists today, like myself, are still influenced by the guys that came 20 years ago. You know, like the Lees and the Sylvestris and the Liefelds and the Finches and all of them. You know, like those guys I still think are more influential than anybody that came up in the 2000s. Or the 2010s. And I could be wrong. I mean, again, great. It was a period of time where I wasn't really collecting comics. So there's some guys I probably didn't see when they came up. But I'm just seeing like their traces. Are there any guys or gals, artists that you see the traces of right now that you see that style permeating still because they made it so popular? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, of recent times, no, not really. I can't really say. And it all goes back to, I mean, there's a list right there that pretty much names like the majority of people that, but nowadays it's all so digital. It's all so digitalized.
It's not that it's digital; it's that a lot of these people just suck. Like, sorry,
well, yeah, because John is a digital artist, but John's still,
I draw digital, but nobody knows I draw digital except for the fact that I tell people all the time that I draw digitally. So I mean,
I didn't know you drew digitally.
That's what.
It's not like how
right. Yeah, no,
it looks computerized completely. Like
you can get someone that knows what they're doing and they can draw very well digitally. You get most people that don't know what they're doing and they draw very poorly, but they're going to draw very poorly, be it digital or if it's on paper. So
right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I can rarely pinpoint when somebody's drawing digital versus traditional. You know, maybe a really clued in inker could figure that out because they'll know when they'll see some kind of repeated line or something like that. But like I don't use inking tools. I just draw. Like I just draw in the program. So just like I would on paper. But yeah, I mean, digital, I definitely wouldn't blame digital for any good or bad of how the industry is now.
Well,
what it is there's poor. They chopped off the balls of the industry after the industry went bankrupt in the 90s, and they said no more Todd, no more Rob. So we lost that influence, and we were just dying on the vine of Jim Lee, David Finch's, and so I mean nobody's came out in the last 10, 15 years that I can think of that I would say, whoa, that guy is highly influential. This guy's blowing the fucking doors off, and everybody's talking about him. Like people were back in the day. Like you don't feel that heat anymore.
Yep. So, that's kind of what I was saying. Like, we got to a point now where it's nobody came up after the guys that we've talked about. Like you had the 90s were the last great generation of very big influencers, and then you had a handful of guys that came up through them that still rose up and created influences of themselves. But that's kind of where it died off. There's not been another generation, so to speak, to pop up, and part of that was because the industry held that down, and to its detriment, in my opinion. And that's why we get what we get today, where a lot of stuff it's predictable, it's boring, page layout is boring, more realistic proportions to me is boring when it comes to comics. Like that's not comics. Like we've talked before, like what John's doing with God, like you're getting out there to the more exaggerated shit, the broader shoulders, the stuff that gives you more of the fantasy, edge, dynamics,
a little bit of escapism.
Yeah.
And when you look at the kind of people that you might consider cartoony now, like that's who I would say is, kind of that what I understand to be Fiona Staples' style is like it almost looks like it's an airplane manual. It's just kind of a good outline, fill in some color. The old criticisms in the early days of Comicsgate was a lot of that kind of type style artwork coming in. And when I look at that, I kind of think of like the art world in general, like in the broader sense is like, it used to be Rembrandt's, it used to be like these really high level art. But somewhere along the lines, over 100 years, people just poo-pooed, and it got dumber and dumber to where we're now, it's like there's a fucking toilet in an art museum and someone just thinks they're clever, but they're going to get $1 million for that fucking toilet. So, and, but also, when you get to like the simple geometric shapes, like I broke it down to just this. And it's like, yeah, that's where I kind of feel like we are with some of the poorer parts of comic book illustration these days is, they've dumbed it down. They think they've been ultra clever in how much they've stripped it down, but it looks like airplane manual, photo tracing at times and, otherwise just kind of broken down, beat up indie work that never should have been in the mainstream. So,
yeah, that's go ahead, Kayla.
No, it's like, all right, so I'm trying to like Art Germ is very popular, but to me it just looks very much all the same to me, like the style and just like how it looks like completely computerized to me or something like, and that's how the majority of like the covers are on a book.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know much about Art Germ. I know he draws chicks, like really hot looking anime kind of type chicks, whatever
kind of style. Yeah.
So
never even heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's like a popular dude. But I don't know how he produces those. I've never done a deep dive on the guy, but for covers, if you wanted a hot chick, I guess. I don't know if he does interiors, but if he did, I'd put him on a Wonder Woman book. So
Jasper said airbrush Germ. That's what it is. I feel like things look airbrushed, too much airbrushed or something like, I don't know. I can't explain it.
Here's the thing, kind of going back, Kayla, what you were saying about digital. It's not so much digital aspect, but it's just there are certain people that can lean into the crutches of what digital is. You get to, some of the guys that have been caught tracing, basically just photorealistically tracing. And I can't remember the dude's name, as I'm sure somebody in the chat can throw it in there, but it's a pretty famous artist. That
Greg Land?
He might have been Greg Land. Yeah. That, that you get into crutches like that, or you get into 3D models and things of that nature. But a good artist is going to be a good artist no matter what. Like John was saying, like a lot of people don't even know he's a digital. I didn't know he was a digital artist until he brought it up. Like I remember, I think last year is when I found out he was a digital artist. I was like, oh shit, because it doesn't carry that feel. The problem is that there are a lot of artists that do carry that feel, that when you see their work, you can see that there's something not right about it. And it's usually because they're a digital artist and they're just going on with the crutches of everything. And me as a purist, I guess you could say, so to speak, as an artist, I love the guys that know the technique and they know how to do the stuff with the tools that they're given, whether they're drawing digitally or whether they're drawing traditionally. And I think there's a wave of artists out there that completely skip that because now they have all these tools at their exposure, or they're right there to put the stuff out. And I think it takes away from the energy and the rawness of what comic book art should be to me, as a reader, as a passion, and seeing that the lines transfer onto the paper, that's what I see a big difference with.
That's exactly how I feel, but you just said it 100 times better than I could. The words were not formulating in my brain correctly. But I knew what
you meant.
Yeah, it is. It's some stuff is too perfect too, and I want to see, a little bit of imperfection in it, because that imperfection is what makes it look good.
Well, kind of on that point is, that's like what you get with like Kirby is you get these very graphic images. Like you can take a Kirby splash and like you can put it on a cereal box. You can put it, you can blow it up to the size of a skyscraper, and it's shapes. It's like bold shapes. If it's someone like Art Germ, the airbrushing kind of, even just not having a solid black line. I mean, you start breaking down those shapes, so now it's just it becomes more of an understanding of color and warms and cools and how something pops. So you lose that kind of that graphic punch that you would get from that even flatter tone color art. So like the more that we've moved into gradient art, that kind of starts blurring that line. So where you lose a little bit of that kind of graphic quality that you got in the early comic book art, where that guy Lichtenstein or whatever would just swipe it, do a painting of it 12 feet tall and sell it for $1 million. But that's because it had this kind of pop quality to it. So I mean, I love the painting stuff. I mean, clearly Frazetta, like we talked about earlier, did tremendous work. But does it have that comic book pop to it when you're looking at the paintings? No, it's something different. So Art Germ, he's going to do his own thing, and it's going to probably look like a lot of the other stuff because everything's so gradient now, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, again, it kind of depends on the execution of what you're going for.
Jasper said Francisco Francivilla creates a type of art. Okay, like
or maybe Francavilla.
Francavilla, describing he's a fan. Well, I mean that's that's great. I mean,
everyone has different taste. I like David Yardin stuff. It's painted, it's watercolored. I've seen him work in person. I mean, some people could think that's comparable to what I'm talking about. It looks so similar. When I go into my shop and I see all this shit that looks exactly alike, it's boring.
Yeah. And I think me more than anybody is going to be a little bit more critical on some of the stuff because I'm a little bit more, I'm not going to say in a box because I like a lot of different styles of art, but when it comes to comic books, specifically the superhero genre or the sci-fi genre or whatever, there is a style of art and there's a wide range within this style, but I believe that there's a style that it should be. So when I see it outside of that style, there's something else, some other style drawing it, it doesn't look right to me. So a lot of the stuff you see modern day Marvel artists or whatever, when you see a Spider-Man or something, you see X-Men and they just look like regular people. Sure, the realism's there and it looks, I mean, technically it looks good, but to me, it doesn't look like comic book art. So
it's boring.
It's subjective, but to me, it's boring. To me, it's not the thing that draws me in with the fantasy aspect of what a comic book's supposed to be. It's the same thing why I like, the anime movies of the 90s, and all that kind of stuff is the dynamics were there, I want something that's fanciful, not that's realistic. I don't want to see a superhero that looks like me. That's it. I want to see somebody with larger proportions, like bigger than life, that's comic books to me. So, but that's personal opinion, and I get that. Some people like the stuff today, and that's great.
I own Blade of the Immortal.
There you go.
Fantastic.
Comic book art equals guitar solos. That's an interesting way to look at it. I could see. Yeah, I get down with that. So, all right. Well, I mean,
I can't think of anybody. I'm thinking.
I was about to say, I mean, there's tons of names, guys, and I've seen a lot of names in the chat. And thank you so much for coming in and throwing in all your. I saw guys like Sam Keith and a bunch of artists like that.
Someone said that you brought up Assad Riddick, whatever. Okay, so again, like a really great qualified artist, but has he really blown the doors off? No, not much more than anybody else might in today's climate, or even 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And when we're talking like rock star, we're talking about somebody that is just catapulting a book, on their own strengths, like somebody that's rising up from the muck of all these other artists, and like they're standing out, and they are who is influential. Like, is Assad Riddick a name on the tip of everyone's tongue? Like, no, but he does pretty good like kind of painterly stuff is what I saw, but also like there's other good people out there. That Clay Mann guy, I liked his stuff. Who's the other guy that did Thor
recently?
I think he's like Brazilian or something like that.
I don't know.
Has an O in his name. Someone in chat will get it for me. But yeah, there's other people out there that are great, and at times they're on the top of the industry, but this dwindling industry. So they get they're the number one guy for a minute. Yeah. But that's by 5,000 copies or 10,000 copies. Maybe they get 20 variant covers. Olivia Copio, thank you. Yeah, Olivia Copio, great. I really enjoy his stuff too. And I think he's a 2000 guy, and I think that Assad Riddick guy is a 2000s guy too. But are they bringing us to 500,000 sales? Who's that guy? Because that's out there. It's still possible. Or even, I mean, God, even if it was a smaller book, right? Like that's what Rob did. He went to New Mutants, and he blew the sales up on that stuff.
Right,
So
yeah.
who can go off and do, say, Moon Knight today, and on the strength of their own art, have issue 3 sitting at 100 or maybe 200,000 copies, and getting stronger. Like Walking Dead, when that finally took off, you saw incremental jumps in the sales. Because I was at Image Central when that was happening. So I'm watching the sales every month go like boom, 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 boom. So that's someone that's putting something on fire. That's not just that you had a number 1 issue and it was very strong, and then number 2 came out and it dwindled, 3 came out, dwindled, 4 came out. Now that may have happened initially with Walking Dead, but by the time Tony Moore was gone and Adlar came on, and the sales were getting stronger and stronger, you could just see it, and that's something happening there. That's not just there's something with that book that's actually clicking with a reading audience, and you're seeing it month after month after month take these jumps. So, made Robert Kirkman
That's
rich.
True.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Before I get to this comment, like guys like Jason Fabok is an artist I thought was going to absolutely blow up on the scene and just be like the next guy that was going to really, rule the roost there for a while. And he just didn't. Not because he's not a great artist. I think the dude's a fantastic fucking artist, but it's just the industry right now. It's hard. It's just hard for guys to get on a title and just to really take off. And maybe that's the way that it's marketed, the way that they move artists around. They don't keep them on like long runs and get them to be really know the characters and make the characters their own like they would do back in the day. I don't know, but the point is that the guys that influenced everybody, it's tapered off. There's a lot of great artists out there, a lot of fantastic artists today, but they're not the guys that are pushing sales. They're not the guys that are really influencing the next kind of young wave of artists coming up right now. At least I have seen.
You know what? Maybe George Jimenez. Maybe George Jimenez.
I'd have to see maybe a couple years down the line to see if there was some more, if there was some copycats. Again, really good artists, and that's the thing. Like we could sit here all day long and pull out all these really good artists today and be like, this guy's good, blah, blah, blah.
It doesn't mean they're going to make a lasting impression.
Right.
Yeah, well, I feel like people, the artists are in the mainstream over the last 10, 15 years, they're just kind of space fillers. They're holding down the fort. I mean, there's somebody in there like Koipiel, that Assad Riddick, that Riddick might turn out to be like, by the time he's an elderly man, be like, oh my God, this guy was the Frazetta. And if comics are still around, people are going to look back at that time and say, oh, look at all this undiscovered work by Assad Riddick, and people are going to go dig through that. And, this whole new generation of hopefully kids, and, young adults are going to go through and they're going to try to find all this stuff. And maybe these guys blow up in 5 or 10 years on a level that Liefeld or McFarlane or Jim Lee did. I'm not sure it's going to happen. We're in a lull. We're like, creatively, it's just a big lull is how I feel. And, we'll see what happens. And look, you guys can all pull out a story that you like and say, well, what about this one? What about the, and it's like, look, man, it's not setting the fucking sales on fire. Like if it's got 20 covers in order for it to break, what are 150,000, like, all right, it's probably got more to do with that then, because Walking Dead wasn't 20 covers when you started seeing those incremental, like, again, we're talking an organic phenom showing up. Who is that in the last 15 years? Who is it that when they show up on a book, the sales start going cha-chunk, cha-chunk, cha-chunk every month, and you're like, oh fuck, this is on fucking fire. That person isn't there.
I was just gonna say there's no name that I can think of. And honestly, the guys that come on a book or a new title or a new miniseries and push sales right off the bat are the older guys like Liefeld that comes in, drops, like a new miniseries that comes through. Like that is what you're seeing. So that's kind of the answer right there of where we're sitting at right now, which is why I've said before, the indie scene, Comicsgate, that kind of stuff is way more exciting. And I know we're not pushing like the numbers and stuff that the mainstream industry, but that's not to me, I rank things with excitement
What? For the
buzz
first
more than,
time
like,
in a
that kind of
long
stuff.
time, independent comic book creators are actually making money. So,
Right,
I mean,
exactly, yeah.
again, when I worked at Image Central, outside of a couple of titles, Walking Dead, specifically, almost everybody was losing money. So, I mean, it was amazing that some of these books were still being published, because I only have to imagine that the creative teams were working for nothing. So that's sad. And that's coming from Image Comics, in the early 2000s. I mean, where they're at now, I don't know what's going on at the company now. But when I was there, almost everyone was losing money. Kirkman was struggling at first. He did Tech Jacket, that didn't do very well. He did Invincible, that was not doing well. I think eventually Walking Dead came out after Invincible, and I believe after Walking Dead started going up in sales, it started piggybacking Invincible up in sales. So, but outside those guys, like Bendis was doing like Powers, I believe, back then.
Yep.
So
right.
you get the occasional ones of those, and those that do well. We get some Red Star here and there, but everybody else, all those other titles out there were just broke. Those guys were broke. They definitely had to work other jobs. So and that's the higher echelon of the independent market. So then there's everything that isn't Image, all those much smaller, and the independent creators out there pushing their own titles, making absolutely nothing, going into debt, trying to achieve their dreams. And now you have an opportunity where there is no company sitting above you. It's just a network of creators all getting together and promoting each other. And now all of a sudden, there's 20 people, 30 people out there making a living doing comic books now. So,
Yep. That's what's the beauty of it all. The beauty of it all,
we don't have to set our sights on that industry.
Right.
We're like a new thing. So, and this new thing is yet to be fully formed on what it is, but we're going to be independent creators making money for right now. And if a Ninja Turtle type property comes out of Comicsgate or even crowdfunding, whatever, then great. That's going to start setting off the next revolution in crowdfunding, or even just buying online directly from the creator, because people are going to say, oh my God, did you hear about, like that Noah kid, who's 16, 17 years old hanging out here. He just made $1 million.
Yeah, right.
Like, you don't think that's gonna not motivate people to be out here or to be hanging out and following Noah and trying to pick his creative mind? When that kid is 20 something, like he's probably the most likely to be like the next Rob Liefeld. Yeah. So or even artistically beyond whatever your need is, he could be that. Because he's so talented, he's so fast, and he's on like his 8th book or something,
like 16th book, I think.
16,
like yeah.
So this kid just draws and draws and draws. Like, that's what we need. Like, we need that kid to be encouraged to keep at it. Yeah. And to eventually he may make the next thing, or maybe some fan of his, when he's a middle-aged man, is going to be that next thing that lights it off and makes that next great property. So, who knows? Might not happen in our time. Might be a generation, might be 2 generations. So I'm going to work hard and keep at it and, hold up my part.
Yeah. It's all that, all of us within this scene, I think, are definitely doing it. And it's a great, again, it's a great community of people, of backers, of supporters, of investors, whatever you want to call it, of people that are eager to help out the next, great, whether you're young or older, it doesn't matter. The next, big creator that's putting stuff out there, that's genuinely putting their heart in their sleeve, their blood, sweat, and tears out in there, that is giving them an alternative to the mainstream right now. And then you see a step up, especially over the last year. You've seen a step up in the quality of books and the IPs and all that stuff right now. And I think it's only going to get better and better, and it's growing and growing. So it's cool to look at the history of comics and all the stuff that we got to see, that we grew up on, was great. It'll always be there, but the mainstream excitement is more in the indies right now than I think anywhere else. And I think that's pretty damn evident, especially with everything that's going on with DC and Marvel these days. So kudos to everybody out there that continues to keep this alive and growing this more and more. You don't have to be a giant name anymore to make a living in comics, and that's awesome. That's what's really cool about it.
More importantly, you don't have to rely on a publisher. You know, like that industry of finding a publisher and then getting just so you can get listed in Diamond and then get stuffed into the back of the book. Like, like the cards are, everything's against you in the mainstream industry, unless you were just an incredible talent like young John Malin. So this cracks open the doors for everybody. Like, you know, if you've been frustrated trying to get into the industry, it's way understandable, especially by me. But you know, something like crowdfunding and this network building that we've encouraged everybody to do, like that's your answer. At least right now, that's your answer. Might change in 5 years, you know. So right now, make that money, do what you can.
Yeah,
get
absolutely.
your career going.
Speaking of which, Jasper Plan 9, thank you for 1999. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. It says, cheers to the panel. Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Jasper mentioned Battle Pope up there too.
Yeah, I saw
that was Kirkman's I believe his first outing.
He
might have had even something else more underground, but that was pre-image. That was his Funkatron publishing line. So.
And I remember he got Larson to let him use Dragon, I think, or the Savage Dragon, one of the books, I think. I can't remember. But this question I wanted to get to from Khan's Comic Pit Shop said, John, I want to be a tactical artist, but my hand tactile. Sorry, it is. But my hand don't like holding a pencil anymore. What program do you use, or do you use multiple programs? Can a person still make detailed art with a mouse? What do you think?
The first time I ever drew on a computer was with a mouse in MS Paint. I actually did a couple of cool little drawings.
You actually drew with the mouse? Damn.
Yeah, with a mouse in MS Paint. It was like the most low res, like, you know. But I did manage to do a couple of cool little drawings that it was on my buddy's computer because he was the computer guy. So no one is using a mouse now with any sense. I heard that. Who's that guy? Brian Boland was drawing with a mouse. That just sounds completely insane. I don't know if it's true. But I have understood that he was one of the first full-on digital guys in comics. So I mean, I don't know what else he would be using other than a mouse. And I think Adam Hughes colors with a mouse. Like he won't use a pen. Like he just learned how to do it with a mouse. So that's what he does. I don't think that's
hardcore.
Changed. Yeah. Well, it's just that he's, retarded, so, go grab a fucking pen and save yourself a lot of time. But I think Adam Hughes mentioned that his coloring style is actually so simple that it's not like a big deal with the mouse. But I use Clip Paint Studio. That's the only program I use. And right now I'm using an iPad Pro for drawing on. But I'm not in love with it.
No.
So I think I prefer the Wacom Mobile Studio Pro, except that the version that I had and also Kyung Lee have, there's a defect in it, so that you got to wait for a new version to come out where the battery swells and it ejects your screen.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So, anyways, I would, if there was a newer version of Wacom, I probably would have just went with that. iPad is cool. It's light. But you feel almost like it's like one drop, like it can't take a hit, like that's how you feel with it. If I would drop my Wacom Mobile Studio Pro, that thing feels like a tank,
Right.
So, and also I'll find myself because I'll lay down and draw a lot. Like I'll just be holding my iPad up with just a couple fingers and drawing. I'll be like, why is my thing why is it so jacked up? And I'm like, oh, I gotta lay it on my legs, so I can have a firm backing behind. But with the Wacom, it was always on my legs because it always had weight to it. So I wouldn't just be holding it up there with two fingers like a dog. Anyways, it's like a learning curve for me to go to that iPad. And the Wacom Mobile Studio Pro is like a Windows-based program. It's real simple. You can save your files real simple. You don't have to relearn the computer. So the learning curve has been something, but also like the way that the pen feels on the screen. I know they have something you can buy for the iPad to change that. I'll probably have to do that. But the Wacom Mobile Studio Pro for me was very much it's out of the box and you can start working. And I don't use, like I said, I don't use any fancy inking tools. I don't switch all my pens. I use a G pen for everything. So I just draw everything with the G pen. That's the default pen in Clip Studio. So
no shit.
Yeah, I mean, well, you select.
Right.
It's not the one that you hold in your hand. The Wacom is like that big fat pencil, which I hated at first. Like I was like, man, this thing's fucking thick as fuck, man. But then when I switched to an iPad, though, now you got that pencil size little white rechargeable pencil.
Yeah,
I'm just
pencil.
like, man, it feels so tiny. So I miss my Wacom. So when I get around to buying another one, which might be a year or two away, I'll probably switch back to that just for how comfortable I feel with it.
I'm primarily a traditional artist, but if I do anything digital, it's on my iPad through Clip Studio, and I have enjoyed certain things with it. I've got the 12:9 iPad, so it's the biggest iPad that they make, so it's a little bit more room for put your hand and stuff.
I might have that one. Yeah, I might have that one. Yeah.
I don't think I could do it on a smaller one. Like that's just like I went out specifically to get the bigger one so I could just test it out to see what it was like, and I'll do some things on it. But as far as drawing with a mouse for Pit Studio or Pit Stop here, I don't know about that, man, because I have no idea how that works with those. So I guess experiment, see, Photoshop, Clip, you might be able to do some stuff when it comes to drawing with a mouse. I really have no idea though, but best of luck though. I got brain damage to learning hard. Okay, they're big pencil stylus that are easy to handle for non-functional hands. I'm not sure. I think anything that when it comes
you'd have to ask somebody that has non-functional hands. Like you're asking people with functional hands if there's something better for non-functional hands.
So
no clue.
I think he's probably saying like his motor abilities might be off. So a big pencil probably would be easier just if your motor skills are in the area. Just
my recommendation for anybody is if you're gonna get into a drawing thing, and it's more expensive, but I would recommend people strongly at this point. I haven't drawn on the iPad. I think all this year I've drawn on the iPad, and I'm still longing for the days of the Wacom Mobile Studio. So, but right now the version they have, don't get that one. It has a defect, which is the battery will swell and your screen will eject.
I'm learning a lot here today.
It happened to me. It happened to Kyung. Yeah, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, I have no idea when it comes to the anti-alias. The times I've just drawn, I just open up put my layer on, and I just go.
Anti-alias. So anti-alias. If it's off, I believe it's just pixels, right? And if it's on, then it's that kind of blended. I have a softer tip. So I guess the anti-aliasing I think is on. So it'll have that slight gradient edge.
Okay.
The only time I use something with the anti-alias, I believe off, which is it's just hard pixels. Like that would be if I'm trying to do something with color and I want to do kind of like a flat area, or if I know that I did this last night. I had a large area of black that I wanted filled, so I wanted to do an outline, and then I was just going to hit it with the paint bucket. But if you're going to do that, then you want to use like have the anti-aliasing, I believe, off, so that it's all hard pixel going around, and then you do your fill. Because if you have that soft edge, once you use that paint bucket, if you zoom in, you'll see there's this little kind of dotty, spotty white halo going.
Yeah, okay.
Made that. So
I've noticed that a couple of times.
Yeah, you don't want that in your art. So you want to turn, if you're going to do like a big fill like that, either you got to go straight to a lasso tool and then you just hit fill.
Yeah.
But if you're a little bit more like I go after I do it all like a retard. So I'll go around with a big fat black line. But so you'll want it turned off, I believe, to do that, and then you hit it with your paint bucket, and that way you get a 100% fill on there.
Gotcha. There you go, guys.
Coach Malin, I'm laughing because I was trying to color something last night, and I have no artistic ability, and I couldn't color on that. I was trying. I posted it, because I was like, you know what, I want to learn things. So when I edit comics or when I'm helping someone with their artwork, I have some kind of advice to give them. So let me try this on my own. And I sucked at it. You know, I'm not going to sit here and say I was good. It sucked, but I tried because I wanted to get a feel for, okay, what do you do on this with this program? And it
takes time. It takes time. Takes time. But even like coloring, like that's where you definitely don't want to have that little softening, because when you make a selection, you want that entire space. I know we're turning this into an art thing, but you want that entire space to be 100% selected. So like if you select a flat tone of yellow, you want all that yellow selected, and you don't want this very slight white halo going on the inside of it that you may not even notice it unless you're zoomed in on it. And then you go and you do some kind of great gradient over top of that, and hours or days go by and you zoom in one day and you're like, why are there little white halos all over my fucking artwork? Everything I selected has a weird fucking white line going through it. And then you'll really fucking kick yourself in the ass. But those hard lessons like that is why you end up really memorizing these things, you know, because you're like, fuck. There's so many times where I because you know I did a lot of coloring originally in my own work, but you know, just so many times where I just kicked myself in the ass. You know, primarily it's normally that you don't save it often enough. But now computers are a little bit better. Like you can have like a crash and it might fire right back up right to where you left off, and like, oh, thank God. You know, before I would have a hard crash and I would lose 2 or 3 hours of work because I'm just too fucking retarded to hit Control Save, Control F.
Yeah, so. Before I know, it's like with the iPad, I really like it when I'm working in Clip. I can exit out of it, you know, go back into it a day later and still got everything right there. I don't even have to hit save. Like it automatically saves everything. Granted, I'm not working on a book.
Yeah, they keep doing those auto save functions now.
That's nice, you know.
Yeah, so it'll keep you like a copy, and then when it crashes, it'll load that copy up. So
Oh, okay. So that's a field I work in during the week. You can actually contact DDS, and they will supply you with stuff.
Oh, nice.
So you can ask them for help and for supports. It exists. There should be a DDS office in your area that you can do that. They'll hook you up with some stuff.
Nice. All right, let's see.
I feel like we got to do like an art lesson stream because I'm invested in all this. I'm learning stuff. This is all stuff that I can use like later down the line to help someone out when I'm editing something. So,
well, you know, this channel and art and stuff has always been about comics and art. So like these are the conversations we love to get into, and you know, the people that usually join us love comics, love comic book art, are artists themselves, you know. So it's cool to get in conversations like this about tools and about, you know, digital stuff, you know, especially because I'm a traditional guy, so I talk a lot about traditional stuff, and John can come in here and just give a lot of knowledge and drop knowledge on digital stuff as well. So that's awesome. Yeah, hell yeah. Google Drive. Yeah, Google Drive. Yeah. Mine's exhausted. I gotta keep on buying more. They're stealing money from me is what.
Yeah, I think the iPad goes. What are I guess the cloud.
The cloud, yeah.
So yeah,
that even fills up.
I think it does. I mean, my mind is so fucking wrapped backwards around how fucking Apple works in terms of a computer. So yeah, it was hard for me just to figure out how to even just keep a file on there. I was like, where are my files going? What's happening? It's a fucking nightmare. But I got them to where at least I think I know where my files are at, but maybe it's on the cloud that I'm accessing. Yeah, if it just disappeared one day and I didn't know where to find it, I'd be heartbroken.
Yeah, that'd be bad. That'd be bad.
So that's what I'm saying. Like Wacom, though, it's very much like a fucking your regular PC. You can put your folder where you want it. There's no weird problem trying to access it. It's right there. You just click on that folder. It opens up. You want to drag something in there. It's there. Like very, very simple, very clean. The PC. And just I haven't figured out the Apple stuff yet.
Black Wings 03 said every time I find a new live stream, Malin is right in the middle of it. Yeah, he gets around.
You're reading something that I'm not reading. Wait. What?
Oh, sorry. I that's what I'm reading right there. Every time I find a new live stream, Malin is right in the middle of it. Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. Chris Stanley for $20. Thank you, brother. He says, "Hail, by the way, thumbs up, cheers." Cheers. I'm about to take a shot here in a second.
I feel like I needed tequila tonight.
Yeah, see, shit, you gotta come
I don't even know if I
prepared
got
every
any
once in a while.
beers.
I got a shot ready, so if
I
no
have
one's got something-
like a bottle of Walking Dead alcohol in my freezer. I haven't touched since the finale.
freezer. Wow.
Like, because that shit was strong.
Oh, I like that.
And then I had
Well, we're waiting for mail-in. If you guys haven't yet,
I'd have to crack open a 40. I'm not there tonight, guys. So
all right,
I'll crack open a Zevia.
There you go. There you go.
That's it.
If you guys haven't yet, I've got a book called Reaper Destroyer on Indiegogo now. We just hit 750 backers. Thank you so much. Cracked over that 50K mark, and we're still moving on. So I appreciate everybody continuing to back this. We got a lot of things coming down the line. The Dale Keown cover that's going to be the Pit homage cover is going to be going out to Joe Chiodo to get hand colored and get this thing the full kind of homage to Pit #1. Ran into an issue with some of the printers. Long story, I don't want to get into it, but that's kind of delayed some of the paper that we're trying to get that he likes to use. But that is going to be going out here pretty soon to get colored by Joe Chiodo, the master. Can't wait for that. And Kyle is still working on the main cover. So that's pretty much all the updates. Destroyer Tiers got everything you could want out of the book. You get the statue, you get the Keown cover. It's $200 value, but it's got over $300 worth of stuff in it right now. So it's the best bang for your buck. Check it out if you guys haven't. Appreciate it. That's the shilling I'm going to do. So this is the shot for Chris. Appreciate you, brother.
Woo! Strong stuff. Oh, Zevia.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm turning into a regular Shane Davis with my fake alcohol.
Too much.
I'll take a shot.
Oh, you got it. Shit. See if I know.
Girl.
There you go.
This is my White Walker, Johnny Walker.
Your white. I like that. That's great.
This is some
Well,
Game of Thrones shit. Yeah, I have like a bunch of like wine bottles and beers up there I haven't even opened. So I'm definitely not an alcoholic.
Joe, do not say that. Say what? What'd I
All
say?
right.
All right, I'll take another shot with you. I gotta make a trip.
That is fucking strong. At least it's nice and cold. It's such a nice taste of scotch.
Joe rubbing salt in the wound with that Keown cover. Sorry, man. We all know it's being worked on, guys. I've seen it. I've seen bits and pieces of it.
In theory.
Keown cover. Oh, I get. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I see what you guys are saying. I get what you're saying now. We have bottles of that junk. My wife likes Game of Thrones. Speaking of Game of Thrones, guys,
You know what?
Lord Crackhead's channel is doing some fantastic videos right now talking about the lore of Game of Thrones, getting you guys ready for the new House of Dragon.
Yeah, when they're gonna ruin it.
Yeah, series is coming out. Hopefully it'll be good. Hopefully it'll be good. But if you want a in-depth look at the history, I guess you could say, of the Game of Thrones books and characters and getting you ready for that, go check out Lord Crackhead's channel. He's putting out some fantastic work.
Yeah, I told him I'd
if he's
have to
still in
jump
the chat,
over
drop
there.
it. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to jump over there one of the times. I was telling him, I'm like, you read the books? So did I.
Oh, he knows. Yeah, he's read all the books. He knows his shit when it comes to Game of Thrones. Like his videos are really good. Like I'm learning some stuff I never knew anything about. Well, yeah. Crackhead has gotten me reading Fire and Blood. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like he's doing some good stuff. Go sub to his channel and go check out his videos. Look at John eyes just teared up.
About what?
Yeah.
They're talking about the Keown cover.
Oh,
Look, guys. Look. I've seen bits and pieces of it. Dale has flashed it live. If you catch it every once in a while, I'm sure whenever it drops, it's going to be absolutely epic. And that's all I gotta say. You know?
Well, probably isn't going to drop until next year.
Yeah, that sucks.
Because I'm moving to another project. Graveyard, might as well mention it.
I was just
Graveyard
about to say, yeah.
Graveyard Shift. We're going to be doing it's essentially the supplemental volume 4. Excuse me, but it's about 130, 140 pages. So yeah. And a good chunk of that takes place right between Graveyard Shift Volume 4 and what will be Graveyard Shift Volume 5, the main story. So, and I talked about it before. Like eventually, my larger plan is when we do a hardcover, it'll be almost omnibus size because I'll be intercutting the main storyline with the certain cherry picking the supplemental stories in there.
Yep.
So when that hardcover comes out, this volume 4 supplemental that's drawn by Tommy Patterson, inked by Jimmy Reyes.
Nice.
That'll fit right in between volume 4 and volume 5 of the main story. So it'll be 130, 140 pages of story. So a lot of good information in there. None of it's necessary in terms of the main storyline, but it will fill in a gap because right where this story will end is where volume 5 of the main story takes off. So, and it'll have all the characters because everybody's on. If you read volume 4, you know that they all take off on a ship. So everybody's on the ship, but this is from the perspective of the super team called the Megastorm.
Okay.
So, and that includes Ruiner, the character that was introduced in supplemental before. So
I gotta say that I'm excited that Patterson's doing the art because I really love the stuff he did in the supplemental book. Him and Diaz's story was pretty good. I really dig that style of art for the book, so it's cool to see that he's coming back to do more work. Max said, Coach, how many issues of Youngblood did you make? I want to get them and wants to get them all.
I think about 8. I think I started on issue 70 or 71 maybe, and then I think it only went up to 78. But you can see a great progression in art in that. Like that's kind of like you want to see where I started turning into me. That 8 issues kind of covers it. So I went from being a traditional paper artist, and then by the end of it, I'm drawing the last couple of books fully digital.
Nice.
Do you think that having the experience as a traditional artist made you the digital artist you are today, as in why it looks? Yeah. I mean, because I had no clue that your work was digital at all.
Yeah, well, I drew traditional, and then I would scan in the art, I'd darken the pencils, and then I would just do so much cleanup. But also, when you're working digitally, you can do, the flip function, even in Photoshop, very simply. So it flips the image around and you can look at it in reverse. That's how you see all your mistakes. Ideally, when you're drawing traditional, you're supposed to be flipping the page and catching yourself, but people rarely do it. So anyways, so while I was flipping, I would always find my mistakes and I would try to go through there and fix everything up. And then I would find out that by the time I was done, I had done so much on the digital end that I'd be kind of embarrassed to show the original pencils and all my old mistakes and everything I didn't catch. So then I just got to the point, I'm like, wait, I can actually just draw this all in the computer and I can save that scanning phase and darkening the pencils and cleaning out everything else. And it'll probably save me time. And it did initially. But then once I felt comfortable in that, I mean, again, you get to 78, you'll see I'm doing more details and stuff. I'm like, okay, let's see what else I can do in here. Started doing some photo manipulation in there for I had some New York. I went to New York and I had photos and I was like, hey, what if I drop one of these in here, bitmap it, I think it was. And then I just do a whole bunch of cleanup over top of it. See how that started working. And it worked out all right. But so then I just started loading on stuff and seeing how far I could take with that and not getting too fucking lost in the muck. So, but then by the time I worked at Marvel, I was just doing pretty much straightforward stuff. So
I find it all interesting. So it's always good to learn about all the different things and where people feel like they grew the most. And
yep. Oh yeah, definitely that Youngblood run is it. So
yeah,
but also I had a couple. Oh, okay. I had a couple issues.
I have it. Now I want to go back through and look and see exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah, and then the design, there's a Vegas issue, I think, and that had some of my more designy panels. I think I was rounding out a lot of the panel borders on some of the pages, and just getting a little bit more, I don't know, maybe a little bit more charade-ish, I guess, in terms of some of the design. But yeah, I had a lot of fun on those last few issues.
Jetto Jaga says Jack Kirby was the John Malin of his time.
Oh, hell.
Truth.
Yeah, my friends call me Jack.
There was Fallen Lowlife said, how does one get in touch with you or when they don't have Twitter so they can send you a Joker cover?
A joke cover.
A joke cover.
Joke cover.
cover.
Jeez.
You can get Twitter.
I was
No,
one that said Joker cover. Jeez.
You
No,
can get Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get Twitter and then send it to me on Twitter.
Yeah.
I got people spamming up my emails, guys. Sorry. One of the troll people from chat spams up
Oh, serious?
email. Yeah, I'm
Seriously?
like treating my
sucks.
email like DMs. You know, like, but each one is its own unique EM or email.
Wow.
So like it just filled up with this person, and all my important stuff just kept going down,
No
down,
shit.
and off that page.
Wow.
So yeah, you know, I don't want people just sending me junk. Some people just write me to say hi. So and that's okay. I try to get a little something back when I can, but email is really for business. So
yeah, for sure.
Twitter is for fun. If you got a joke cover, you want me to see it, you got to get on Twitter.
Yeah.
And then I'm at John Malin.
There you go. Hail the Gluminati. Good to see you guys. It's Kayla from Boston.
I'm from Massachusetts. Yes. Boston is one place in Massachusetts. We all kind of talk like this.
Yeah, every time she's on here, like it's the accent.
Yeah.
Sean's accent, your accent. Everyone's always very interested in the accents.
That's when
these
it's
shows.
the funniest. When it's me and Sean, because it's whose accent is stronger.
Yeah, yours definitely is. Yours
Is
definitely
it really?
stronger.
I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't
for sure.
know.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, yours is strong. Yeah, Sean sounds normal. Like, well, it might be. I don't know. I don't know if there's a big difference between Jersey, you know, and Massachusetts. But you know, Sean, you know, he's got a little funk in there.
Yeah, I mean that's why
you can hear your twang.
Yeah, we all.
Kayla's got more of the Oz.
We don't even say Oz. We don't even say as at all. Like unless
they can't even pronounce R. Listen to her. There's no R when she said that. She said we can't even say as.
Unless when we say retarded. That's the only
there
way.
we go. That's the only time it comes through. Yeah.
It's the only time the R comes through. We don't pronounce O like it's Boston. We don't pronounce O's. We're fucked up.
Yeah.
That's just what it is.
Chris says he sounds like Caleb, but a guy. Yeah. I'm from Boston. I live in Tennessee. Yeah. What's up with my accent? Yeah.
Oh, that's got to be monstrous.
Yeah. I'd have to hear it. That'd be interesting.
I could imagine.
Just drop the Oz.
Well, look at remember Wanger? Like I think he was from Tennessee, but I mean it's regional. You know, like sometimes it's gonna be like super fucking strong. You know, like there will be other people in Tennessee, and you'll be
I was gonna say like Malin and I have like the Michigan accent if you have an accent, but you know it just sounds normal to me. Although I've gone down south when I was in music and stuff, and we tour down south, people are always like, "Oh, you know, we really think you have a cool accent." I'm like,
I feel like you don't have an accent.
I was just gonna say what
That's
accent? I was like the Michigan accent. Like I don't know. Like
people drop that on me from time to time. And, you know, just say the Michigan accent. I'm like, what's that? Like
it's like, sounds normal to me.
Either of you have one.
That's how we feel. Other people think we have accents. So.
You sound like when I work with kids, I have to talk very proper to all the children and talk like this all of the time and just explain things very thoroughly. And it's really hard.
Oh, I can understand you.
I was just gonna say like that was perfect.
You should do that all the time. Look at that.
So it's too hard. It's too hard.
Yeah.
I mean, I could and like do press. One of the places I did press for cons. They were like, yeah, your accent, you got to eliminate it. I'm like, how do I do this? You know, maybe take a speech
same way Martha Stewart and Joe Rogan did. And look at them. They thrived because of that.
I mean,
I
know, but I think it's who I am, you know.
I say you just go for it. Yeah, just go with it. Yeah.
It is what it is at this point. Why am I gonna change?
Daniel Craig said I had a professor from Jamaica who grew up in Canada. The accent used to make your eyes go cross. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting.
I kind of want to try it out, but
Mhm.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, Valley Speak is ruined.
Okay, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
with California. Okay,
it's the OMG. Oh my god, you know,
everything's a question.
Oh, it's
like, yeah,
oh my god.
the gays adopted it first, and now it's everybody has to talk like that. If you're super progressive,
Oh yeah.
you got to let people know that this is how you talk and upspeak.
Yeah.
We have that out here now, and they talk like this. So that is not politically correct.
Oh, it's the worst.
Yes, literally.
Jasper said he was accused of having a Michigan accent, never understood it. Yeah,
Mm.
like I said, like to me, it just sounds normal.
When I lived in California, like people said that I spoke normally, but my wife spoke with a Michigan accent, and I was like, "Huh?" Like,
that's
I was
weird.
like, I don't get it. So
Justin said, "John's got that."
It might be like when we say pop. You know, like I think when we say pop, like people build an accent around that. Oh my god, everything he says has some kind of inflection. Who calls it pop? So we do. We call it pop.
When I went to Florida, in Florida, they were like, "You talk so funny." I'm like, "You talk funny." Like they're all down there, and they had like I'm so serious. They all talk, and even in Georgia, they all have different accents, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, you talk so funny. Are you from Massachusetts? Do you hear how you sound? You talk funny to me."
Yeah,
it is what it is. Accents.
Everybody should just talk like us Michiganders. Like,
yeah, because I feel like we talk correct. So
yeah, we would unify the country if you guys spoke like we did.
Let me try.
Yeah, old Hollywood is what
I'm gonna.
There you go. Yeah.
Like I'm from Michigan. I sound like a Disney princess. It's not working.
This changes your whole self view of yourself. You're like, I'm a Disney princess now. Look at me.
I'm a classy woman.
Yeah,
I am a classy
you keep
woman
talking like that.
From Michigan with no accent at all whatsoever.
I don't know. It's still in there. I can hear it.
Little bit,
dying to get out. It's dying to get out.
A little bit, but like you almost had like a couple times you almost
close.
had it. I was like, right there.
So close.
I had a boss from Michigan. He said cart. He said cart like Kurt.
What? Kurt?
Like a cart, like a Kurt.
I
haven't heard.
Think I say cart.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure cart. It's only if you go up farther north. Or if you go up north and you get like the Euchre accent or whatever, you know, like the Fargo kind of speak when you get up in those areas, you know, the
Upper
whole
Peninsula,
I can't think of it offhand, but yeah, that's otherwise here in regular Michigan, normal Michigan, I think we talk the way everyone's supposed to talk.
Normal.
Yeah, but you don't have to. But for Michigan, like you don't have to go far to go south. Like for a Michigander, Ohio and Indiana are south.
Yeah,
you know, like
true.
Like and you do get to the southern parts of both of those states, and it starts getting country. The accent does start getting country. So,
wash or wash? We say wash.
Wash.
Yeah,
but my dad was from.
Say wash.
No, that's definitely Missouri. That's my dad and all my family down there. They add letters like that, like wash. I got to go wash the laundry, and like what? So like there's a city right next to where a lot of my family lives, Washington, and they said we're headed over to Washington.
Washington, yep.
Washington, like what?
The only thing,
and you think it'd be the old timers, but like it'd be like my cousins that were my age would start, you know, Wash. I got to go to Washington. Like, dude, you used to live in Michigan. Like, what's wrong with you?
The only
thing normal Michigan, not weird
people
Michigan.
That say that the white, you know, whipped, whatever, the people that do that, it's fucking weirds me out. They do it with the WHs. I don't understand it. I don't even know. It's not even an accent. Yeah. I'm like, when people do that, I'm just like, huh? What?
Yeah, I've never experienced that personally. Like the way that I normally hear people talk around here is the way that you hear people talk in, you know, movies and shit. Like how, like it's just the normal speak, no accent. You know, that's the way that's
what I think. Yeah. Like we talk like old Hollywood, you know, just regular old movie talk. That's our accent.
Yeah, so that's the point is, Michigan is proper, guys. That's just so you know. Everybody
Michigan
else has
people know how to
accents.
talk. We don't.
Yeah, we know how
Like
to talk. It's just,
Massachusetts.
it's just, the way it's just what we were blessed with. So, my aunt says Warsh, and she grew up in California. It's a relic from our family who were from Missouri. My father-in-law says like Karn when he's talking about corn, like Karn. He says that, but he's also from down south farther. So
Yeah.
So he carried that, I think, up to the Michigan region. But that's the only time I've heard like weird stuff in Michigan. Yeah, Detroit gangsta.
The camera's off. Yeah,
I gotta hear it. I gotta hear it.
No, I used to talk a little black when I lived in Lansing. Freshman
there you
year.
go.
Yeah, like everybody did.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
freshman year, and you start picking it up. Eventually, you're not cool if you're not saying something, dog.
Dude, dude,
that's really whack.
Yeah,
I think that's whack.
I know some people that like adopted for some odd reason. Like, granted, you run into some of the whitest people that will talk like that because they adopted it. It's all of a sudden that's just what they sound like. I'm like, dude, like you are paler than pale, man. Like, why are you gonna try to talk like that?
Oh, look, you go to an inner city school like I did.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ebony Jack.
Pick it up.
I grew up in a black and Spanish neighborhood, so I actually speak Spanish pretty well without a Boston accent too.
Oh,
that'd be
nice.
Yeah.
Now, if only you could speak English
I know.
without a Boston accent.
I speak Massachusetts, but now in Mass we don't even have like regular Mass holes anymore. We get all these imports from everywhere else. Like in Massachusetts, we used to be different kind of. You can tell who's from Mass and who isn't that moved here, because there's now people that are like, oh no, you can't verbally, I leave Massachusetts, put it this way, and I love traveling, but I miss being told to fuck off every now and again. So in Massachusetts, like it's like a sign of respect. Someone looks at you, what the fuck are you looking at, kid? All right. I go to places are like, hi, how are you doing? Are you having a great day? How's
fuck off.
Like, what?
Go
like,
fuck yourself.
I'm totally mind blown.
yourself.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I mean, you need to be told to go fuck yourself every once in a while. It humbles you. It truly.
Yeah, look, it
humbles
might
you.
make you strong. Like that. Look, arguably, you could even say it might build character. Like that you get told to go fuck yourself, and that you don't react, or that you don't overreact. You know what I mean? Maybe you throw a little bit back, and everybody goes about their fucking day. Like that. That's character. But if you can't take it, then eventually you just become too fragile.
That's
everything. So
that's how you know people that aren't from Mass, because if someone tells them to go fuck themselves, how dare you say that to me?
That would be me. I'd be like, what
tell me to go
motherfucker?
fuck myself?
Yeah.
No, what motherfucker? No, that's a sign of respect. We would like you over here.
Yeah.
You say what motherfucker? We'd be like, yeah, what motherfucker?
That's probably a good cultural element, if it was spread further out, if people knew how to take a fuck you and not take it to like, we got to fight to the fucking death now. And that's how it feels,
Not anymore. There's too many people that have taken over Mass that don't believe in that. When I grew up, you fought, you got over it. You were either friends or you just avoided each other. And that was what it is. Not anymore. Now it's, I'm going to call the cops on you.
Voyager 47 said Boston people like saying wicked. I think I remember that being a thing in like the early 90s. Like, that's mad wicked. That's mad wicked, yo.
Occasionally we say something like wicked awesome.
Yeah, why do I have a feeling Ben Affleck said that? But is he from Massachusetts? Ben Affleck? Isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, is he? Okay.
He's from Mass. I think Matt Damon's from Mass. I mean,
okay.
I mean, usually they have like, if they're an Irish guy from Mass, they usually have some shamrock tattoo by their ankle or something like that. It's just
wasn't that why the Goodwill Hunting had the heavy Boston shit? Because that's the wasn't it Boston?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I believe so. I know Mark's from Mass.
Yeah, that's for sure.
He's from Mass.
Bobby
Brown is from Mass. We got the finest people.
Oh, there you go. Hail, Corey. Good to see you, brother. Get it right. Yeah, okay. I fell in love tonight with Kayla. There you go.
Oh, God help you. God bless you, my child.
Well, you can find her here most Tuesday nights, except for next Tuesday.
Yep, I won't be seeing you guys next Tuesday.
Nope. But still tune in.
Tune in, yes. I mean, I'll be tuning in from Hawaii if the time is all right, and I don't get my leg eaten by a shark and don't have to go get a gun leg.
Right.
So
Kayla is going swimming with sharks.
Hopefully, you're not running into Ezra Miller out there.
Oh, geez.
I will beat the shit out of him.
I believe you would. I believe you absolutely would.
Let me tell you, I already have a plan.
Oh, you got a plan?
I have a plan. I told Ed, I was like, if we see Ezra Miller and he says anything, hold my purse. Hold my purse. He likes to hit women, and I'm going to be the woman that he will never fucking raise a hand to. I will lay him out.
Just film it. That's all. Be famous. Film it.
I'm gonna. That's on record now. The government's gonna look for me. Like she said, she was gonna. I will.
Yeah. Did you have you been to Hawaii before?
Yes. This will be my 6th time going.
God damn.
I invested in.
Why is it I can't get out to fucking Hawaii once? And other motherfuckers out here be like, yeah, I've been out there 6 times.
No, you know what? And you know what? I'm not even from money or anything. I just invested in a timeshare. That's what it was. So my timeshare is $1,300 a year. I get to go for, it used to be 2 weeks. Now it's down to a week. But so that's what it is. A week in Hawaii. I mean, it was the smartest decision I could make because I am broke and I can't afford to spend like $3,000 to stay out there for a fucking week.
Yeah,
that's just what it is.
Insane.
And I am buzzed off of this shot. I am sorry.
Off of one shot? That's awesome. The Amble said, I hit Kayla with a wicked smart for swimming with sharks last stream. Yeah. Yeah. Kudos to you. You're going to have to film that. We need to see something like that's. Did you know about that, John? Like she's actually swimming with sharks. No shark cage.
I did a cage last
year. She already did that.
Yeah.
She's actually going to go free diving with sharks.
Hey.
I don't know the reputation of sharks. Kayla.
So, I mean, you know what? I mean, we've all seen Shark Week and everything. We all know how it goes, but it is what it is. If it's my time, it's my time. Maybe I'm tougher than a shark. I don't know. I have to see it for myself. I have to find out. I love the
see a shark in the water. I'm going to be jumping out like fucking one of those Bugs Bunny cartoons, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I'm out of there, dude.
So we'll see. They say there's
That's my fear. Like, I watch people like movies where people are on boats, and I just keep thinking, like, would I just jump off? And like, it seems like that would be fun to just, you're in the middle of the ocean, just jump off. And I just feel like the one time that I jump off a boat in the middle of the ocean, there's going to be a fucking great white or some kind of massive shark just right there in my view. Not even if it's right up on my ass, but it's just going to be there, and it's going to know I'm there. I'm going to know it's there, and it's just going to terrify the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm going to a place where there's never been an incident or anything, and it's not reef sharks, actually Galapagos sharks, sandbar sharks, and there's a chance of seeing tiger sharks. I will
jump in a lake. I will jump in a lake at feet first, and I know there's no sharks there. But as soon as it's dark and it's gets cold down there, like that's when I'm like, something's gonna bite my fucking foot off.
Exactly.
Like I got to start swimming up. If I go down any further, something's gonna kill me, and that's in a lake.
Yep.
Like I go into an ocean, I could have 20 people in the water, all in scuba gear, saying "Coast is clear, John," and I'm gonna dive in, and I'm gonna go down, and as soon as my feet start feeling like the temperature getting colder, I'm gonna fucking panic. I know it. I'm just not going to be ever able to swim in the ocean. Maybe I like along the beach, like maybe some of that.
I've never swam in the ocean.
If I was in like one of those Caribbean hotels that are on the water and like, it's like, I don't know, 6-10 feet of crystal clear water, and I see everybody else is out there in the water, I might dive in, but I might scurry back up pretty quick. I don't know. Coward.
Well, it's not even sharks. There's other things you got to worry about in the ocean that will friggin' take you out.
At
mermaids.
The end of the day,
mermaids.
Mermaids.
Exactly.
I mean, it is what it is. We're all going to go at some point.
Bordeaux says, does Kayla like tall artists? Asking for a friend. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Do you do good work? I mean, all I'm interested in is people that do good work.
Look,
I like artists that do good work. I mean, that's it. Bottom line. If you're an artist and you do great work, then I'm more than likely going to admire your work and want to edit your stuff. That's just how it is.
There you go. I need a knife to swim in the ocean. I would feel a lot more comfortable if I had a fucking
spear
knife.
gun.
Hey, you know what?
The shit out of that fucking shark.
John, I swim with the diving knife.
Oh, there you go.
I do.
There you go.
You're smart.
Yeah, see, I didn't think about that, but once that clicked in my head, I was like, yeah, I got a fucking knife. I might fuck up a shark. So yeah, I can probably get back. Yeah, because I see people knowing, get away. I'm like, what do you do against the shark? I guess if you got a fucking knife, you stab in the fucking head.
Yeah.
Well, you know what you're supposed to do with a shark, and I just saw this the other day. If they're coming up to you, you're supposed to take your hand and put it like on the front of their snout, and you just push them back and redirect them. Like that's
yeah. See, I feel like that's bullshit though. You know, like I see videos of these sharks coming up on people, just like that alligator in the pool. Like these things, when they want to fucking move on your ass, they can move quick. Like there might be slow attacks from time to time, but these guys can come at you at rapid speed. And hold on, let me get my hand on your nose.
You gotta watch from when they're coming up underneath you, because I guess most sharks attack, they come up underneath you. Yeah, so I think the thing is like, you know, with the sharks, it's you can't act like you're prey. If you act like you're prey, they're gonna think you're prey and they're gonna eat you. So you're gonna have to stare face to face and just it is what it is.
See, I would be there and I would start panicking, and I'd be panicking because I'd be like, I know that shark can hear my heartbeat right now. And it's like,
walking out in Dorchester and getting gunned down.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna stab the shit out. I'm gonna stab the shit out of that shark. I gotta have a shot, is all I'm saying. Like with a knife, all right, yeah.
Yeah, no.
I got a shot. I'll stab that fucker.
Yeah. In the gill, in the eye. I mean, this wherever you can go. I mean, definitely the eye. I think the eye.
Joe's in the water. Let me get my arm out and stop his nose, and the fucking thing opens his mouth and just
takes the arm off.
Joe's pulling a Chris Pratt.
Oh shit, man!
Like Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Stop.
That was so dumb. Everything
about
that was
make
dumb.
sure it's not your drawing arm.
Didn't they try doing that with like wild ones that he never had contact with? Like it was some kind of like, I'm gonna be a fucking dinosaur whisperer.
In the last Jurassic
Park. Yeah, wasn't that it? Wasn't he trying to do that on like a T-Rex or something that he never fucking saw?
Yeah, he could do it with every dinosaur.
Yeah, it's so
like it just became like the universal like, hey. Hey,
like I got a power here. I'm a fucking dinosaur whisperer. Like I understand if you raised them like dogs, like maybe
I need another shot.
T-Rex. Yeah.
Oh, did I skip your comments? I'm sorry, man. I've been falling behind. What were you saying? John knows whatever is down there is going to eat his fat ass first. Oh shit.
Yeah.
You made me skip back for that.
Not with a knife, though, man. I'll stab the fuck out of it.
Someone really said land shark on the red line. Are you talking about land whales on the red line in Massachusetts? Because
I know there's an old Saturday Night Live bit about land sharks.
Oh, okay.
There'd be a knock on the door, and the lady would be like, "Who is it?" And then it'd be like, "Mailman." And the lady would be like, "You're not a mailman. You're that land shark." And then it'd be, I think it was Chevy Chase, and then it'd be like, "Nah, no, I'm not." And then she'd open the door, and then the shark would eat her head.
Corey said, "I heard if you stand still, a bear won't try to eat you." Let's try it. Let's see what happens.
I don't think that's true.
You know what? I hope I don't get anxiety now after this conversation. But how I looked at it is like if something happens, hopefully it happens to my leg, and then I can get like a gun leg like that. What's that movie?
Rose McGowan and friggin'
I can be like Planet Terror. I'll just get a gun leg. I mean, it sucks. My legs are my best features, but I guess if I need my hands, I got to drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to lose any of my appendages.
I don't want to lose anything. I think I'm going to be fine.
Yeah.
Pray
You'd be great. Just
stay in the shallows. I hear they never attack there.
John, they attack anywhere you enter in the ocean.
Bears eat your
ocean ain't as.
Candygram. Yeah, I think that's what he said. Candygram.
What's a candy?
Yeah, the mailman, the land shark bit. Yeah. He names off, I think, several different things about who he might be, but he's really the land shark.
But I swim with dolphins, and supposedly they're rapists. And I was in the open ocean with them a few times, and I didn't get raped. So,
there's always an exception to the rule.
Either
that's
I'm too ugly, or just it's what it is.
Yeah, stereotypes are there for a reason because there's truth in it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not saying all dolphins are rapists,
but most. I haven't met a rapist dolphin,
but most of them are raping people for fact.
Bull sharks, yeah. They'll all get you.
Bull
They'll
sharks
all
are
get you.
those are the ones that can breathe fresh water. So they those are the ones that Jaws was actually based on, because a bull shark swam up a river in New Jersey, ate some kids.
Well, that's horrifying.
He was just living his best life.
He was just living his best life. Yeah, I guess.
They say bull sharks. They say bull sharks actually come out, or have been known to come out, I guess, almost as far as the Great Lakes or Michigan, I think. So I've never seen I'd never in my life have seen a news story. Bull shark in Lake Erie or anything like that. But
I've heard some like fake stories. There were some fake stories going around.
They will travel this far. But I mean, you got to go a long fucking ways, and if you're not back out in the ocean by wintertime, you're fucking dead.
Yeah. What I'm worried more about in Michigan is people letting pet alligators and piranhas go. There was a place where we lived about 20 minutes. Yeah, about 20 minutes.
Oh, dude, if anybody did piranhas, I'd fucking be pissed, dude.
Yeah, there was a alligator. I don't know if you're familiar with
alligators. Like, I understand, like, okay, like if you put an alligator in there, it's never gonna age more than a year. So whatever that's worth, like, okay, yeah, because it's gonna die in the wintertime. They're not gonna live through frozen ice. But a piranha, I would imagine that even if, just like any other fish, if the ice freezes over, the piranha is probably going to thrive down there, just eating all the little other fish down there.
Yeah, there was this town called Allegan, which is not that far from where I grew up in Gobles in Michigan, and somebody let a couple pet piranhas go in the lake in there, and that was the thing. The DNR had to go in, and they had to find the piranha. I'm assuming they did, but this was a thing it was a big thing that happened when I was a kid. Now, granted, I think that piranhas are really only like bad when it's like the school of piranhas. You know, like a couple of them aren't going to like, eat you in 2 seconds. But once I heard that, I was like, fuck that. People were putting piranhas in the lake, alligators going in the sewer, like all this kind of shit.
Yeah, hopefully piranhas can't live prolonged in northern. I don't know. I don't know either. Because I would imagine that any piranha being put out in there that is able to breed, like, I mean, we'd had some inbred fucking piranha, but goddamn, they'd be vicious, retarded and vicious,
There was this video I thought I saw, like, what are those Japanese fighting fish? Did they have a specific, what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know if they have a specific name.
They had one. Japanese fighting fish.
Yeah, there was a video I saw
with that pen in the fish tank.
There was a video I saw where it actually took a piranha out. So like, things, they were no joke. Granted, it was just one piranha, but it kicked the piranha's ass. But yeah, piranhas scared the piss out of me when I was a kid. I was like, I'm gonna go in fresh water where I'm safe from sharks, and I'm gonna get eaten by a fucking piranha. Like that's what I thought was gonna happen when I was a kid.
Or a snapping turtle will get you.
Older fatty. Yeah, I imagine they would, but I would also imagine that they're following boats. So I don't know. Don't know. Not a shark.
I'm gonna be fine.
I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna be fine, Kayla. Yeah,
I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be fine. I'll sacrifice someone else around me.
That's what I was gonna say earlier. Thank you for
everyone around me. Like, everyone around me is bigger. That's going on this trip. So it's like compared to them, I'm like super bony. So it's like, do you want to bite into someone that's like 235 or me? I mean,
or you go in the water, pinpoint the person that you want to make sure.
Stand around somebody with an open wound. That'll keep you safe. Clearly it'll go for them first.
Henry Bemis said, I grew up in the 80s movies. Piranhas are a deadly threat to humanity. That's true.
Yeah, they fly in Piranha 2. I think.
How do we end
Piranha
up?
2. Piranha 2, they fly, yeah.
How do we end up from art to this?
Accents.
I want to go back to the art. Do you guys want to see
a whole rabbit hole.
Do you guys want to see the horrible coloring I did on Twitter? Let me DM it to you, Joe?
Sure. I like to see horrible things.
You know what? I tried to color something. This isn't my thing. I edit artwork and I edit writing. So this was something new for me because I like to learn different processes I can.
Let's see what's up.
I'm going to DM you just so I can just learn about it. So I was trying to fuck around with with Ed's the coloring stuff like on the iPad. So he I had him draw something. There was like a series of thumbnails. I was bitching and I was like, okay, we're going to do this and do this. And you need to do this like this and like this. And I had him scan it into the iPad because I wanted to play around with coloring it because he likes to use the artwork as a guide before he paints.
I like this. That's good. Let me bring it up here in a second.
It's actually super shitty because I looked at it. I was like, this is harder than I thought it was going to be.
Before I do, though, Ryan Johnson said, would you rather have a shark attack you or one of those Amazon fish swim up your pee hole?
I don't got a pee hole, so I'm not a part of this conversation.
No, I think it might be the same with women, though.
You're talking about like a woman's pee hole?
The idea,
everybody's pee hole.
Amazon fish.
I don't want anyone to swim, anything to swim up there.
Yeah, the Amazon fish, as I understand it, is attracted to urine. So if you pee while you're in the water, it will actually swim up your stream.
And it'll lodge in there.
I was told if you pee in the water, you get a UTI. So. That's what I was told.
Well, look, I would not be able to hop into any body of water without pissing. You know,
that's true.
I'm gonna pee freely if I'm in the Amazon River. So
what happens, I guess.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'll put on some fucking fish proof underwear. I don't like I will pee my own underwear, and then when I climb out of the water, I will just empty it into the water so no one will know. You know, I figure there's an intelligent way around that fish. The shark, that's mano y mano. You know what I mean? Like, the shark. I don't know if I got a real shot.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. So here's Kayla's colors.
All right. Here's my beautiful colors I tried to do. John, feel free, rip me apart, be my gym shooter or whatever you want to be, rip me apart. I'm waiting to see, but I really tried. This is something I've never done before. I am not an artist. I am not a colorist. I could walk someone through it and tell them how to make it nice. So,
this is a picture. What did you color it with?
So that's what I was wondering. It was okay. So this was with Ed's iPad. It was one of his programs. So I was like clicking on different brushes and.
Can you show us the digital file just so?
I can show you the regular file. There isn't a digital file. He took a picture of it and scanned it into the iPad. So the regular file.
No, your colored file when you colored it.
That's
you said you colored it.
I colored it digitally. Yeah, I took a picture. No, I colored it digitally. So
that's what I want to see. I want to see your digital file.
Do you have the digital file of the colors?
I only
like a
have,
JPEG. Upload a JPEG.
I only have this picture here that I took off of my phone.
Whatever. I mean, color wise, it looks fine.
Really?
I mean, it's the yellow on there looks good. The purple looks good. The kind of purplish tone that you have for the shadow of the neck looks good. The background where the red goes into the blue, I don't know if I like that so much.
Okay.
Red is always tricky. So if you're trying to imply, I guess maybe fire with that, or I don't know. What are you trying to imply with that?
What I was trying to do in my mind, I was trying to fade like the blood from the knife into the sky and then into the forest area here. I mean, I was just trying to show Ed basically like what kind of color tones possibly to use. Cause I was like, oh, can I try it out? And just, he's an artist. He's a tattoo artist. He's amazing. He doesn't need any help from me, but I like dictating some of the stuff that he does. Especially because this is for the book that I edit. So I
think the figure, the yellow headed guy with the purple button eye, I think what you did on that was perfectly fine. The blade looks good. The blood on the blade looks good. The actual moon in the background, I don't know. It's too strong of yellow.
You think it should be white?
White might be a little bit better. I just think it should be very light because it's such a strong. It kind of pulls it like warmer tones pull forward.
Okay.
So since you already have that dulled out yellow on that masked guy, I probably would have tried moving to maybe near white or something like that. Or you even could have just gone with. I don't know. I'd have to experiment with it.
I was playing around. I was literally just playing around with it. I was like, oh, can I play around with this and color this? Can you scan this in? I want to play with the colors. I want to play with the iPad and just try to figure out how to use things. So that's what I
Well,
tried.
I'd say I think that you did very well on the figure. The other stuff I'd probably, I don't know, approach it differently, I guess. But it's hard to say. As not being a full on colorist, this would be something that I would experiment with. I don't think that the blood dripping or being carried on. I see some patches of kind of red in there, but I don't really get the sensation that it's blood dripping onto the trees. Now, if the trees are on fire or something like that, then I'd say move the red to oranges, then yellows, because that's how you. Red is a really hard color to deal with, but there are a couple of good tricks to get around them. But
I mean, I'm not going to be coloring it. I just wanted to
just for fun.
Just for fun, just
Yeah.
try to learn how to do the stuff digitally because I like I said, I'm not an artist, I'm not a colorist, anything. I just edit. So I'm just trying to figure out like techniques, things to learn. So that way when I do edit things, I have more knowledge in order to bring it to the table and help somebody out or be able to describe what it is that is going on or how to fix something. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I mean, you got to start somewhere. I would say just keep coloring and experimenting. And, I mean, there's potentially years of study to figure out how to do all this stuff right. I mean, I spent a long time working on it. So,
John, I'm not going to be coloring like full time. I'm just trying to figure out to help other people I work with.
Well, the thing is, as an editor though, is you can actually infuriate people when you are trying to give them advice and they feel that you are actually just kind of talking out your butt because like if I think that I know more than you and you're trying to control like how I do everything, then our relationship would burn out pretty quickly. So if you're going to give advice to people in terms of how to handle color, you got to know your shit better than they do. So otherwise, keep coloring on the side as a hobby and don't let it interfere with your editing work. So unless you have a full understanding, once you have a full understanding of it, I wouldn't say I have a full understanding of coloring, but I would say that my cup is 90% full. Like I don't mind going in there and recoloring and sending something back and say, do it like this. So, I do have tended to do that a lot. But that's also because I think I know what the fuck I'm doing.
So, I think you know what you're doing.
That's why they call him the coach, says Henry Venus.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for taking the time to.
A lot of ways to break your artist, So I mean, it's the same thing with writers when writers are trying to give art tips to the artist, and like if you're trying to tell me as a writer, if I'm the artist and you're the writer, and you're saying I need this kind of shot, I need this kind of shot, and then I need this kind of shot and this kind of shot, and when I lay it out on the page, I'm like it just comes off as a fucking mess, like. So if you're gonna dictate shots, like you should know in your mind's eye how these things are going to work, and the only way to really do that is you got to kind of know how to draw. So so something like, not that we're going to get on a Kirkman is cool conversation, but Kirkman you used to want to be an artist, so that was like his first kind of goal, and then he realized he was never going to be an artist, so he went to writing. But because of probably years of learning how to draw, he's probably relatively pretty decent when it comes to giving kind of shot, say, hey, start with this, go to here, move to there. Like that would be someone that you would be like, okay, this guy probably knows what he's talking about. But if you get the script and it's all a fucking mess, then that's how you get problems started. So if you're a writer, just tell people what you know. And the easiest way is if you don't understand camera design, camera angles and 180 rules and rules of thirds, if you don't understand these things, then you leave those out and you just say panel 1, city, panel 2, guy walking, panel 3. Well, I guess you get into medium headshot. You'd say close up of guy, talking to girl, next page, still walking, and instead of trying to get into all the different kind of panel stuff. So
I think
I say like the best people, like the best people to be a comic book editor is somebody that's just steeped in it all. Like you got to know something about everything. You got to know a little bit about the layout process and how things flow from panel to panel to panel, about not making every figure fit within this amount of area. Where's your money shots at? What's going to get these fans excited to come back in terms of the art custom model.
That's why I'm always trying to like
Tyson's guy.
That's why I'm always trying to try my hand at different things.
First experience. Yep. That's what
to
I'm
help
saying.
others.
That's what I'm saying. I encourage you to keep at it. So
I just want to learn as much as I can, so that way I can be better every time I edit things.
Yep. I encourage you to keep at it.
What I'm good at, I'm good at.
Mm-hmm.
But there are other things that I'm weaker at that I want to get better at. Just obtaining knowledge. And I think the best way to obtain knowledge is to watch other people do things and to physically try it yourself, whether or not you suck at it. I mean, no one's going to be good at everything. That's just what it is.
I would say, if you're gonna give coloring critiques, which you need to on some level, I would say start with kind of the basics. Say, is this color complementary to this color? Why does something look garish here? And then you're going to be looking at kind of the bigger picture, which is from page to page, and you got to be sure that this coloring on this page is consistent with this coloring. Skin tones, like they'll do that a lot. They'll have one skin tone that's just off a little bit on this page, but then you go to the very next page and the skin tone is ever so slightly different, but they never changed scene. It's the same scene. And so that these are kind of the technical things that you can be on the lookout for and not have a huge, knowledge of coloring. So, and then that can that's something you have to find in a colorist. It's someone that can do a book from front to back. And as long as these scenes are happening, that the colors stay consistent within those scenes. Because a lot of these guys will just free ball it. And then when they get to the next page, they free ball it again. The next page, free ball again. But you put them all together and you'll see this is different. That's different. That's different. It's like, you got to unify them. This guy's in the same room for 3 pages. Nothing's changed. But now he's going from like Mexican with green lighting to, I don't know, to now Puerto Rican with lighter green lighting. Like it's got to be consistent. There's a whole technical side just for page consistency. When you just do pinups, it's easy because you can color it whatever way you want. And you never have to repeat that process again. But when you're doing sequential artwork, it's fly by the seat of your pants for a lot of these guys. And it's like, no. You have to keep consistency. This red is what you use for Superman's cape on panel 1. We're on our page 1. We're on page 15 now. And you got a completely different shade of red for no reason, so you got to keep all that stuff kind of going on.
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot of young colorists fall prey to that, where you can see some really great like cover pinup work that they'll post, and you're like, oh, this is cool. I'm going to work with this person and get some sequential samples, and what you get back is like completely different than what you see them put up is the pinups. And it's like a lot of times it's so disappointing to see that they don't know how to sequentially color as they do the pinups, or the covers.
That's the stuff I'm good at finding out, things like that. That's a strong suit for me, that part there. It's just physically doing the task because I want to be able to walk people through certain things, or just, I don't know if that makes sense. Like, I just want to be able to help more. Like, say, okay, maybe you should do this with this, and this was a technique used for this. And I mean, it just, I hope I'm making sense.
Yeah,
I know that was a lot.
Well, that's what an editor has to do. They have to get in there. Again, a strong editor, and that's someone that can help to develop the story where it needs to be lifted up. You have to understand pacing, like when you're boring somebody to death. You got to get in scenes and out of scenes. You don't want to linger too long. What is it? You get into the story late and you leave early. Like that. That's how you want to. You find the latest point. Like, are we meandering on here, or can we just cut to the end of this scene and start like 3/4 in and fit that same information in that last 3/4, so we can just hit it, move on to the next scene. Unless you're doing something artistically where you want it to be pulled and to like you're almost intentionally trying to bore your fucking audience, and then you pull something out of your hat at the end of it. And you say, oh, okay. Thank God. Right. I thought they were fucking retarded. They're fucking leading me along, and now they they whipped out this miracle at the end, and I'm grateful for the experience, but that's that's going to be few and far between. But yeah, you gotta know a little bit of everything. A good editor will at least try to understand everything. You don't have to understand it all, but just like the coloring stuff, give that a year. You'll be a better colorist in a year. So,
hell yeah, always good tips. I love that. And John is a great editor. He edits his own books, which I was noticing on the supplemental when I was reading that. I was like, oh, John edited this.
You edit your own books? Do you find that hard to do?
Nope.
No, I'm just wondering, like, do you find it hard to do? Because, like, I would think, like, if you were going to edit your own stuff, you would overthink, and like, how do you know?
No, well, it's not just like when he says my books, it's not just my books. It's so like Graveyard Shift. There's no editor when I'm drawing it, so I'm self-editing, but I'm also going through the story and helping develop that. But what Joe's kind of bringing on is the supplemental where I don't draw and I don't write, but I am fully involved in the process from front to back.
Okay.
So, when I go through the script, help develop the script, I help the art along wherever it needs to be helped along. And there wasn't a whole lot in Brahm, actually. I've been working with Tommy for probably 7 months before he started Brahm while he was doing Omega Storm.
Nice.
So while he had done Ruiner, he filled in for that Ruiner job, and then we went and did. I got him started on a Megastorm, but then I had to take him off of Megastorm to fill in for another artist that dropped to go in and do Brahm. So then when he did Brahm, I think he had a break. Like Omega Storm's like a team book, so Brahm is a singular character. So from my point of view, it felt like he was able to relax into the job a bit. And get a nice good break, and then after he finished Brahm, then I put it back on a Megastorm, and he came back even stronger. Nice. So maybe a little bit like lifting weights. Like he's in the deep end of the pool, he gets a little break, go do Brahm, then he comes back, and now he's back in the deep end of the pool, and he's swimming better than before.
Yeah, I really liked everything about this.
But anyways, so editing with that, I have to go through. Things get missed. Even in volume 4, I left in a coloring credit on the inside back cover for Anthony George, and he wasn't involved in that book at all. So
nice.
Jose colored for himself. So I mean, stuff like that. Something slips through. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the coloring, and Jose does his own coloring. There wasn't a whole lot of notes from him. I thought he was pretty much squared away doing his own thing. So, but otherwise, when it comes to coloring, I usually do have a pretty big influence and say, hey, this is what I'm looking for, and I need this to look like that at the end of the day. And then when we get to the lettering phase, Eric Weathers will give a pass on the script, and then I, and the writer will all sit in there, and we will go through it line by line, and we will readjust lettering, word balloons, so that they're at the best composition. So the word balloons are almost like art to everything, to make sure everything has a good flow to it. If one word balloon is too fat, and these are things you don't know when you're writing a script, you once it's laid down and you say, it's just too fat. Like they're aesthetically, it's not sitting right. So what you do is you have to, especially if you have the writer sitting right there, you say, okay, let's all three of us brainstorm, figure out a way to move this. So sometimes it's just put in an extra word balloon and that'll slim this one down. We'll put a little bit more weight over here. And so that's like a full-on process. Nobody else that I know of does it like this. So like in terms of editing, but I'm very hands-on. I have very specific ideas of how I want comic books to read, to look. And so that's why I do all that stuff. But if I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, like
bring it all back.
Get the fuck out of the way. Yeah. But if I wasn't involved, it wouldn't be the experience that I want it to be. So, actually that book that you had right there, the Brahm book, there's a part where it introduces a character called, what was his name? Razorwing. So he's a big bat guy. Yeah. And if you could hold that up, and that was something that we just designed on the fly. I think originally it was just text that said Razorwing, black text. So when I'm sitting in there with Eric, I'm saying, hey, let's turn this into bold font. Let's make it look like Razorwing had his own book once upon a time. So we make a font that looks like a logo. And then I think I told Eric, like, take it in half now. So it looked like it was cut by a razor and then offset it. So that's how we came up with this razor wing thing. But that's just something that, like, that's the organic part of comic creation, that if you're not there, it doesn't happen, you know? So you want to be sure that, you know, everything's being lifted up to the level that you want it to be at, because otherwise it would have just been regular font. You're not finding it? So it's only 48 pages.
Give me 1 second. I have to wrangle the cats out because they got the door open. So I'll be right back.
I'm trying to find the character. Where's the actual
It's a big bat guy that Brahm is fighting before the end of the book.
Okay, maybe I didn't go far enough. Well, I see the fight and everything. I'm trying to figure out where it's
it's his introduction. There's a big balloon. It says Razor Wing.
God dang it. This would help if I like read more. I get so caught up in the art. Oh, there it is. Sorry, that's right. I found it. I'm a dumbass. I was looking at it like a ton of times. I'm like, it's right there. Oh, is it centered? All right, I'll wait till she gets back. But there it is.
Yep, there you go. Yep.
Razor Wing.
Yeah. So
no, I don't need more glasses. No, I just.
So, but that's what I'm saying. If I'm not involved, we just get black text that says Razor Wing, and it's probably bolded. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
that's one way of handling it. The other way is go in there, find a font, create a fake logo look to it, and then cut it like it was cut like a razor, and it looks cool. It's just something different. Yeah. So,
that absolutely adds a lot to it, and you don't really catch it because it seems normal. But that would pull out a lot better than just razor. I see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's stuff I'm going to try to figure out when I actually get down to the lettering and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to try to look a little bit deeper based on some of the stuff that you've just said in our live streams when it comes to Reaper Destroyer at the end. I'll sit down with Mark and Eric and see if we can make sure that it looks the best it absolutely can look. Yeah. But I'm not like you. I don't have that, that knowledge when it comes to the lettering and everything. So yeah. So I can only go so far with that.
Well, at the end of the day, if you close the book and you just felt that it read well, then that's a success. You know what I mean? Like if you're reading the book and you don't know where your eye is going, or like, who should I read first? Like those are fails. So, you want to minimize as many of those fails as possible and make it just a simple experience for people. You don't want to keep taking them out of the story to be like, wait, what am I supposed to read first? Who's saying what? Or if sometimes things are written and, balloons will be here, like the person on the right of a panel will be speaking first. So there's almost like a crossing of tales. And it's like, if there's no other way to get out of this, then you got to rewrite the panel. You got to just ditch that stuff so you get the person on the left to speak properly first and try to convey that same amount of information. That's if there's no other way out of it. Sometimes the panel doesn't have a whole hell of a lot of room. So, but if you're only seeing that during the lettering phase and you have a writer sitting right there, then, you try to fix whatever you can fix while the writer's there. Then what we do is Eric and we do one last sit down, and that's where I just act as dictator in chief. So we go through it all one more time. Anything that's in that I don't like, I just go ahead and chuck it. And if we need to come up with new text, we'll come up with new text right there on the spot. So,
yeah, it's where first of all, hail Finatra, good to see you. One of the things I do is because it's my own book and my own story. I'll go through. I have a loose idea of what we're doing in the page and what we're doing in the story, and kind of loose dialogue, so I can set the scene up based on how I think the characters are going to talk. But then I'll go back later after the art is done and then work with the script. So I know what the scene is. I know what I'm trying to portray. Then I'll start working with the script and get it all set. And then I'll send it to Mark, and then he'll take it and make it sound better as a writer would, and then he'll send it back to me. And then that's how we did the ash can to make it read as smoothly and as well as we could. And I thought that worked out pretty good, so But yeah, I do that the best I can for knowing like I got these characters. I know I'm talking about this, so I know I gotta position them in certain ways. So it's been a learning experience, but it's been pretty fun. I really dig it. Okay, before we jump out of here, because we've had 50 to 60 people strong watching this entire time.
Hail
so appreciate
Sinatra,
guys.
by the way.
This is what he was talking about with the.
Yeah, I didn't get to see. I could hear everything. I was
Okay.
just trying to wrangle the cats out, and I'm down to one. I left the door open when I went to get the alcohol. So,
guys, so thank you so much for joining us tonight. This has been a fun show. As always, anytime John jumps on, it's great conversation. We don't know where it's going to go, but just fun, informal,
yeah,
informative. No, I've been drinking a
so
little bit.
much fun.
Influential comic book artists. I mean, we went over a ton of them. It was a fun conversation. I think we all know it goes back to Jack Kirby as being the number one guy that's really kind of started it all. So yeah, that was good. I appreciate everybody for being here tonight. Next Tuesday, we're doing an art giveaway to the members on this channel. I'm going to be giving away this old sketch cover I did of City of Bane.
That's
the comic sucks, but this is one of the things I'm gonna be giving away to the members of my channel every 4 months. And yeah, this is original art. So every time I'm gonna try to figure out some kind of original art to give to people. If you want to have a chance to get this, become a member of the channel. That's it. That's all I gotta do. John, what do you got coming up? Anything?
Well, I guess the Graveyard Shift Omega Storm campaign. So again, that's supplemental volume 4 essentially, and we were planning on launching it next year. Like that would have been great because we would have had the entire thing done by that point, and it would have been very worry-free for me. But now we're just going to do it as a traditional crowdfund, and so we're going to take what are 6 or 7 months to fulfill it from the time of the campaign closing. So, which ain't bad. It's not bad. But it's just like, okay, now I got to make sure I'm on top of people to get this stuff done. So, but Tommy's working on it. So Tommy is probably my most trusted guy for timeliness at this point. So, I think
he does fantastic work.
Yeah, I'll add in probably a couple extra months for buffer. But I'm going to try to get it to where I'm fulfilling Graveyard Shift, Omega Storm at the same time that I'm fulfilling Godlike. So we're gonna push that back. We just brought on new artists for one of the supplementals. Another artist left. So he's gonna be working on it presumably till Thanksgiving, and then just in case I need buffer room. So we'll probably just say what are probably 6 or 7 months. What are at the same time Omega Storm is fulfilling, we'll be fulfilling them both. So that's
gonna be awesome to get those books pretty close to each other. That's gonna be badass.
And since I have extra time, I'm probably extending Godlike, the main book, the one that I'm drawing, to 60 pages. So
nice.
I'll be adding in pages during that time, and I'll be brushing up stuff. A couple of the early pages, I feel like I kind of made them a little too dense compared to the overall feel that I'm going for, so I might spread those out a bit too. We'll see. So, but I'm going to have extra time. I'm going to announce it here. I'm just making sure everybody's on board, because I'm working with new talent in some respects. And if they dropped out today, then I'm screwed tomorrow. So I'm just making sure everybody's kind of coming through, and then I'm going to announce it. But yeah, so we'll have a delay, sadly, but I think everything will be better for it by the time we're done.
Yeah. We're looking forward to it, though. Those are going to be fun books. Kayla, what do you got going on?
I'll be interviewing Mark Torres and Peter Palmiotti on Thursday on Kayla Cuts Deep. And then we have our City of Rot Second Chance campaign for Death Curse going on. So yeah, we're selling our damaged copies and we're selling our regular copies. And we have our variants and metal variants and t-shirts and everything up there. So we hit our goal. So we're just trying to go beyond that, so that way I can put my book, Crimson and Alabaster, out. So yes, back it.
Nice. And me, Reaper Destroyer, Indiegogo. Go check it out if you haven't considered backing it. Got a lot of things going on with that. I had my commission list open very briefly. That filled up real fast for covers and pinups. I am leaving it open for headshots and busts though permanently. So if anybody wants some original art, hit me up. Follow me here on my channel, Appreciating Comic Book Art, every Tuesday. Art and Stuff is on a permanent hiatus until Sean gets back. So just we'll give you the best updates we can here. Or
best
if you follow me,
wishes for Sean.
Yes, absolutely. Everybody, prayers and best wishes for sure. He's doing as good as he can in this situation. So I know that when I relay all the well wishes, it really helps him out. So
Sean's fine, but it's family.
Yeah, it's family. Yeah. Sean's doing fine.
He keeps saying it like Sean's dying. And
my bad.
I just want to make it clear, Sean is not dying, guys. Sean's fine, but he's having some health problems within the family. So
trying to keep it cryptic, but you're right. Sean's good. Sean's fine, but it does help him through the time he's going through for all the well wishes. So thank you guys, appreciate that. So we will be back next Tuesday, art giveaway. We'll figure out what I'm talking about then. Until then, that's it. Everyone have a great night. Be good to each other, and as always,
picture Joe naked.
Where the hell is my outro? There it is. Picture me naked. Peace.